This looks good.
Okay.
Okay. Hi.
Hi there. We're talking about suicide tonight. And first off, I want to play this.
I might not have the rights to it.
Okay.
Can you tell it? You want to just tell the story, the really good
According
story?
to theology of the Catholic Church, death by suicide is a grave matter. The Church holds that one's life is the property of God and Jesus Christ, and to destroy that life is to wrongly assert domination over God's creation with your ego.
Wow.
To attack God and Jesus Christ in this manner, one is damned for eternity in the bowels, the sewers of the burning coffers of hell. Okay, that's kind of what Christianity says. And so,
where's the source?
The source was Wikipedia, Catholic Church.
Wikipedia.
Yeah, so
No.
what I want to tell,
No.
you offering me something?
Yeah.
Yeah, here, thanks. Ooh.
It's a cola.
Ooh, it's a
It doesn't
cola.
have that much caffeine, but it has some.
Right. How many have you had today?
2, 3.
Yeah. So maybe that has something to do why you feel.
Well, I hadn't been working out much, and I weighed myself in more.
Oh, that's not bad. Anyway, so my experience with suicide, when I was born, I died. And
This has fake sugar in it, natural fake sugar.
Yep.
Zevia.
And it was 1950 and at Roosevelt Hospital, where my mom ran the place. And so, she was getting,
She ran the hospital?
Yeah, on the down low, meaning she was the most competent person. She was the second head nurse, but everybody above her had their jobs because of their position in their economics of their families. It's all, what do you call that when you make money off of your connection to your family? Anyway, but she was the most competent, triple Capricorn, and she made everyone above her look good, so they let her run it. That's all. She liked control. Anyway, so she's having a baby, me. And she had 2 babies before me that died either at birth or within a week or 2 of being born, right?
Whoa.
There should have been 6 of us. There ended up only 4 of us. And
Really?
yeah, because
2?
yes, because she wasn't
They
that
died?
much of a not everyone's meant to be a mommy and a daddy, right?
When they were a little bit before they were born. Before they were born.
Well, one was a miscarriage just before it was born. It died in my mother's uterus by being strangled by the umbilical cord, and the other one died from birth, meaning the process of he was born a blue baby.
Are you gonna go to sleep tonight?
Yeah,
Shit.
I'm gonna go to sleep.
Wait. Do you want something else instead of a cola?
Yeah, sure.
Alright, okay.
I mean, that thing ain't gonna keep me up, and I don't really like the way it tastes myself. And I'm not a big soda guy. But anyway, back to the story. So this doctor, a female doctor, Dr. Black, basically, these 2, number 1 gynecologists were delivering the baby, and the umbilical was wrapped around my neck, and I was coming out, I was breached, I was coming out the wrong way, and they were still trying to pull me out.
Are you okay?
I'm fine.
Because you called that drink the coffee of evil or something.
I didn't call it the coffee of evil.
Drank it.
What I said was, I took a sip of it and I said, I don't like it. That's what I said. I did not say it was the coffee of
God
evil.
has things the way they are for a reason. Like, he had me give up and get depressed, and that's why we're talking about this. and then
God did not do this. No, you did this. God gave you the opportunity.
Bless Al, please, and I hope he's okay after he took a sip of that.
Yes, I don't think it's gonna really hurt me. But anyway, I'm fine, John. I don't need anything. So I was born and I was saved by Dr. Black, and she pushed the two big guys who were actually smoking cigarettes. While so was my mother. My mother and the two doctors were smoking cigarettes while I was being born in the delivery room. And my mom was so shot up with drugs, she didn't feel no pain. So she didn't care. She didn't care that I was, the only thing she wanted was another highball. So anyway, Doctor...
What's a highball?
It's a cocktail, a alcoholic beverage, like a Manhattan would be considered a highball. Highball is getting high.
When she was having a baby?
Yeah, that's what my mom wanted.
And she smoked a cigarette?
Yeah. Yeah. Like this. She was like this. So, anyway, so I was, and basically my esophagus was kind of crushed by my mother's umbilical. But I was only saved by Dr. Black, who took me away from these moron doctors to her own little, she was one of the first people who had an ICU for babies, right? And she had built her own incubator that not only, kept you warm, but she was one of the people who invented, and this is 1950, the little hose with the thing that went up your nose. Oh, a little hose that goes up your nose.
Oh, yeah.
I am fine, John. I am perfect. I am happy as a clam, and I'm telling a story on your channel. And welcome to John Birmingham's channel, and I am at...
You can put it on your channel if you want.
Yeah, well, I don't know how to do that. And I can't do it on my phone. But I'm telling the audience, come to Dreamy Dreamland tonight, where I'm going to do a live chat myself in a couple hours. And so that's Dreamy Dreamland with Sensei Al Bob on YouTube. And you can, and I am your Sensei Al Bob.
And click like on the video.
Right. So anyway,
and if you subscribe and click like, Jesus, please help them be okay on earth and do your work on earth to get into heaven one day for all eternity to be okay.
John, we're all going to heaven. It's just how much time it's going to take to get there.
It doesn't say that in the Bible.
Well, you told me that it didn't say that suicide was a mortal sin in the Bible. See, that's the problem with the Bible, is that people just love to interpret it so it can fit not their belief. Like, I'm a Catholic, I'm a Baptist, I'm a Methodist. No, the belief is I want what I want when I want it. The selfish ego sensibility, and that's why we have wars. What did God say? Don't kill each other. The top thing on the 10 Commandments is don't kill anybody.
No.
But hey, it's okay to have a war. So it's not killing it, and that soda probably is killing millions of people. And, those corporate guys, well, this is only soda. It's not going to kill anyone just with one can. Well, they really like it and drink 50 cans a day. Yeah, that might kill them. But hey, we're not telling them to do that. We put this artificial sweetener in there that, we put one drop in to.
I think you're allergic to stevia. Or to stevia.
Stevia.
Yeah, I think you're allergic to stevia.
I'm not allergic to it. I just don't like the way it's...
caffeine late at night.
I just don't like the way...
You don't have caffeine late at night, do you?
Oh, sure I do. I have an espresso just before I go to sleep. Yes.
What?
It doesn't bother me. Now, John, caffeine is John's crack cocaine. He cannot drink it. When he does any type of it, it sends him off the hook. But we're not talking about that. We're talking about suicide and the story of my experience of suicide. Because I've experienced death 6 times, right off the bat when I was born, right? Another time
When you were born, you died?
Yeah.
When she was smoking the cigarettes?
Yeah.
What happened?
I was saved by Dr. Black. This is the fourth time I've said it in the last 5 minutes about the story. She pushed the doctors, the big honchos, away. And I was a breech big man. I was coming out feet first, you know, and they couldn't get me out. So they had these like salad tongs they were trying to, and then that little pliers you use to get the oil filter off your engine. They put that around my neck. Anyway, so they were really trying to pull me out, and they were going to pop my head off like a tick. And this Dr. Black, who was about 5'7", she pushed them out of the way and pushed me back in my mother's uterus, turned me around, then uncurled the umbilical cord around my neck, and let me in there so my mother's heart would pump blood into my body. And they go, get him out, I need to go golfing, I run out of cigarettes. You know, so she stayed there with my mom and let blood go in me, and then took me out, then snipped the cord, then took me back to her ICU, where she had this incubator that she designed herself and built, and it not only kept me warm, but it kept me at a variable barometric pressure. So my blood could move through my body easier, and it had the little hoses up my nose for oxygen. And she put a IV in my arm and was putting liquids and other nutrition supplements into my body. So I survived. Woo! But
Where was your dad?
Oh God, he's probably at some Air Force base figuring out how to incinerate the world. This one, my dad was still a colonel working for the Strategic Air Command.
You used to never talk that way about him. It's just a phase It's a phase you're
It's not a phase. This is the truth. What do you mean? This is what he was.
That way about him before?
I talked about him this morning. I talked about him the last time we talked. If you go to my channel, Dreamy Dreamland with Sensei Al Bob, you'll hear me talking this way all the time. Not just, this is not something, that happened because I had a sip of John's Cola. No. I'm actually pretty good. I'm happy to be here. John Birmingham is my friend, and that's why I'm here. Because I haven't been here for over 2.5 years because I sold John this school. And it's not my school. I was just paying the taxes. This is the hill. This is the Cherokee's most sacred. John, those initial shows I did on your channel when I took you to the cave, do you still have them up that people can watch?
Yeah.
Okay. So this place has got a lot of juice. There are a number of ley lines that go through here. It was the Cherokee's most sacred place. Up this hill, I built this beautiful walking path that goes up through the 10 acres of this property. It goes up the hill and then comes down the other side. And right at the corner of that, there are about 12 stones that are about the size of school buses. And they are piled, like someone picked them up and put them on top of each other.
Those.
Yes, of course, it's your property. If you walk up there, you see them. What?
How did they...
Some entity put them there, and I have no idea. I can't tell you who put it up. But at the base of it, there's a cave. It's about that big. And if you sit in front of it...
There's only good aliens.
No, I have no idea. I'm not making... This story is about suicide, right?
Okay.
And I've already gone off the path a great deal, but it will all make sense as I bring it back home. And so John is my friend.
But what happened? Wait.
And I really, really care about him. And he is an amazing filmmaker. He plays the drums. Oh, water. Thank you. See, H2O. Hot water.
Well, it's a little bit warm.
Anyway, so so he's a great drummer, a great guitarist, a great singer, a great writer, a great filmmaker, but what he's really good at, that I think he's amazing, I think he's amazing at all those other things. And a painter. You should see the kitchen floor. Again,
Okay.
is the video of your kitchen floor still on your channel? Can they go see that if they look for your
I
kitchen?
guess if I edit it, yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah,
so it's there, and it's beautiful. It's really, truly amazing. It's a piece of art. I mean, real art, not just like, paint by numbers.
Well, it's
And
okay.
so, but what he's really good at is editing. He's amazing
Yeah.
at it. And if you go, his last,
That's how I found strength training. That's how I found working out, because I edited so much in a bed I couldn't walk for 9 months.
so is the
So I had to figure out I really got to work on my health.
is the Christmas video that you put up with me, is it still there? You put it up 3 days ago. Is it still there? Did you take it down already? I don't know why John takes his video.
Christmas.
I have 1,200, more than 1,200
Yeah, the
shows.
Christmas video's on.
Okay, so
Online.
watch that and see an amazing job of editing he does. John is amazing, right? And he has a beautiful family who love him, and he has so much to live for, right? And this house is a magical house, and I used to use it as a warehouse, but John, I used it as my school, but nobody really wanted to learn anything, so I just used it as a warehouse because I had a couple other houses. And John has fixed this place up like amazing. He fixed everything that needed. There were a bunch of things here that were like that far from like falling apart, but he fixed everything. Everything works great. And John, he is the man who did it. He gets all the credit. It's his vision. He's worked harder than any other human being. John has worked harder than all of those people who worked on the pyramids in Egypt, those big gigantic blocks. He's worked harder than all of them. That's how gifted and amazing this guy is. He's like, just think of it. They took 20 million people to put all those blocks up to make the pyramid. That's how hard John has worked harder than that. Amazingly, just unbelievably. So, back to suicide. So, I died when I was born. On my birthday, I would get pneumonia, strep throat, and a few other things. And Dr. Black always took care of me.
Gay disease.
What?
Getting gay disease.
What?
No, that's awful. Gay.
Gay is being a homosexual.
No.
Being a homosexual is not a disease. I'm
No,
sorry,
a
it's not a
disease is
disease.
A disease is bad, but it's good. A disease.
No, you know what the word disease?
The
word
disease is awful.
disease.
I could die of a disease.
You know what the word disease means? Dis-ease.
It's
the lack,
awful.
The
It's
lack
sad.
of ease. It's the lack of ease.
It's grief when people die.
There is no bad
shouldn't
or
joke about the
good.
word
Those are subjective terms.
That was wrong. I should probably have to edit that out.
No, don't edit it out. Let it go, baby. Let it go.
Edit later.
Free Al Bob. And welcome to John Birmingham's channel, starring at this moment anyway. The man, the myth, the dude of Dreamy Dreamland with Sensei Al Bob. I am your griot, your griot. And what's a griot? A guy who tells a story, right? So, back to the story of suicide. So I died a lot, 6 different times. Yeah, and I won't, go any further. I'm going to jump through because we could be here for 15 hours before I could even get to
How many years do you think that we'll live? Oh shit.
So
Never mind.
what will live?
Oh, behind bars to say years.
What?
Never mind. Do you
Anyway,
think I'll have to live a long time.
The thing is to live every moment of your life better and better. No one can be perfect, but what we can do is do our best.
But God.
Every second of our lives, we can do our best. And that makes God happy, right? And what we're put here is to co-create. When Moses was talking to the burning bush, and the burning bush said, Moses, go off to Egypt and free our people, right? Well, if you read not King James, but the Greek Orthodox Bible, it tells you what the burning bush was talking about. And what the burning bush wanted was the Hebrew nation, the imprisonment, the slavery that they were experiencing wasn't coming from, the Egyptian government or the Pharaoh. It was coming from their own greed. They weren't like, chopping wood and cleaning toilets. No. What they were doing, they were middle management. They had shops, businesses, they were accountants, they were doing all the stuff that every empire needs, and they had bling, so they were bankers. And what they were oppressed by was their own greed. They had lost their total connection with God's unconditional love, right? They just went through the motions, right? And they used it as a business angle, right? I mean, look what Jesus did. And this is why he got nailed to the cross. I mean, he was meant to be nailed to the cross, but what the physical reason, and this is kind of why he did it, was he rides in, and to Palestine, and everyone is calling him, Messiah, God, the King of the Jews, and he's on a donkey, and they put down all of these palm fronds on the road, so he doesn't have to touch the icky road, and he rides in, he's waving, and everything's great, right? Then and the rabbis and the Pharisees are all going, we love this Jesus guy. He's going to be good for business. But he goes and talks to the rabbis and starts to tell them what, the Old Testament is really talking about, especially the part where the burning bush was talking to Moses, saying, go to Egypt and free the Hebrew nation. And, Moses was a smart guy. He's like second in command. There's Pharaoh, then his son. And Moses was in between. He was the overseer. And, while the prince was out playing, Moses was running the empire. And the Pharaoh loved him because he allegedly was the son of the Pharaoh's sister that she got knocked up. And that was okay. People get knocked up all the time, not a problem. And so the Pharaoh loved him better than his own son. But once he learned he was a Jew, and Moses had to get out of town. So he ran all the way to Asia, the Asian part of Africa, right there. And he's up on top of a mountain.
Did Moses have to give commands to kill people in the military?
Oh yeah, he killed lots of people.
How could he have done that and written the Old Testament?
It's called ego. He went out, and I wasn't there, so I don't know it. But
I mean, did he kill people in real life?
Well, in the Bible it says he did, 400,000. Same kind of numbers that the Nazis did,
Where did he go after he died?
He was just on the tip of the mountain, and there is the promised land down there. And he died. He didn't get into the promised land. He sent the Hebrews there, but he died up on top of the mountain. But the interesting thing is, years before this...
But I mean, did he go to heaven? Or will he go to heaven on Judgment Day?
I don't know. I'm not there. I'm not the accountant.
Okay,
I have no idea.
About the Old Testament.
So anyway, long story short,
as much about
the burning bush is God, but he doesn't want to be called God. So Moses goes, "What's your name, and what are we doing here?" And the burning bush says, in King James, it says, "I am who I am." Well, the only person who says that is Popeye the Sailor Man. I'm Popeye the Sailor Man. I am who I am, who I am. Only guy. The burning bush does not say this. The burning bush says, "I am a work in progress, and you," meaning human beings, "you are my co-creation. You are my mirror so I can see how I'm doing." And that's why in the Old Testament, God is a pretty wrathful dude. He smites everyone here, there, and everywhere. But
so he was meaner?
If that's your interpretation, I don't interpret the scrolls, That's, to me, that's like divination. No, I study them, and I let them inspire my loving heart that is in co-creation with love's co-creation, which is what God is. Love's unconditional love.
I don't really like the Old Testament, but I like the New Testament.
Why don't you like the Old, and why do you like the New?
The New Testament says to be kind to others.
Right. Well, the Old Testament says that same thing, but it's a little more business-like. But anyway, back to suicide.
That's the stuff that I know. I mean, in real life, business is okay, and you can follow Jesus in the New Testament, but the Old Testament, like I've heard different people say what they think about the Old Testament. Like one person I know, my friend Nathan.
Does he read Hebrew? Does he read Latin? Does he read Greek? Does he read Sumerian?
No, he went to Roanoke Catholic, and he's Catholic, and he read it a lot, and he said he thinks the Old Testament is more, God is portrayed as vengeful, and right. You said it's more like business-like. Like there's something a little bit about it that's a little more like kind of mean.
Yeah, a little more. It's what it really is transactional. You do this, you'll get this. If you do that, you'll get that. So anyway, back to suicide and why we shouldn't be doing it. We're bouncing around
the
theology because we started off with what the Catholic Church says, and if we believe John's friend Nathan,
You want to walk downstairs while we're filming?
No, my legs won't. I'm doing it right here, right now. I might get up and walk around a little here to stretch my legs, but no, I'm not going nowhere. According to theology of the Catholic Church, that's John's, excellent friend Nathan, who's the expert because he went to Catholic school. He's an expert. He's like, everyone should believe what Nathan says about,
Old Testament's like a little bit
death by suicide is a grave matter. The church holds that one's life is the property of God. Just like I said, it's a business, It's all transactional, right? And to destroy that life is wrongly asserts dominion over God's creation because God owns you. Well, if you read what in the Greek Orthodox Bible that the burning bush says, I am a work in progress. You are my co-creation, not my creation. It doesn't say I own you. It says we are this thing together, and that's why our DNA helix, it's 2 strands of RNA, right? It's 2. It's a co-creation. So anyway, I died a lot. From birth till 10.
You want to lay down?
No, I don't want to lay down. I'm fine. I'm good.
Okay.
Laying down would, I'm gravitationally challenged because
I sleep there.
I don't want to sleep here. I got the bed downstairs all nice and comfy. And
if we go across country, would we sleep in 2 different beds in the same room?
Yeah, if we're in a hotel room.
And
but
it wouldn't be funny to sleep next to you that close.
I mean, it wouldn't bother me.
You don't act like mean and scary. You're nice when you sleep. Because this one guy I slept next to was like.
No, I can snore. I can roam around, and when I wake up, like I said,
I slept in a bed.
I have neuropathy. I have Charcot legs. I have aplasia, I have diabetes. I have all these things that are wrong with this body. Not with me, with this body. So when I go to sleep and my autonomic system gets unplugged, it kind of goes back to being hurt, disease. Mm-hmm. But when I wake up and I'm in total amazing pain, I meditate, I pray, and then I get up and I do Tai Chi, Qigong, and I move around, and then I'm okay. And then, like right now, I'm not in any pain. But if I lie down, I'd be in pain because it would do things to my back and blah, blah, blah. But sitting here. But I'm trying to get to suicide, right?
Okay.
So, I've experienced a great deal of death in my own persona, 6 times, right? And, so I died when I was born. On my birthday, every year until I was 10, I would have pneumonia, strep throat, everything that dealt with my esophagus because it was crushed by my mother's umbilical cord. And at 10,
Really?
yeah,
Your esophagus?
Yeah.
What's that? This?
that's a little pipe that goes from your mouth that carries your food and your breath.
Okay.
And there's this little thing in here that's like, this goes to food, that goes to breath.
I had to have a
Tracheotomy.
operation when I was a child.
Yeah.
And so my mom would keep our necks warm when we were little, and our chest, our necks.
Well, then
and
you know kind of what I.
Yeah.
When I was
I didn't know you had something like that.
yes, but not only that,
You had said it, but I didn't know it was really real.
right, and I didn't have a tracheotomy. That my esophagus got crushed. So they didn't poke a
But
hole
did it
there.
hurt here and there like when you got older?
I got pneumonia, strep
sometimes it
throat.
hurt.
I got all these things, and yes, it hurt a lot.
But I mean, after childhood, was there a time later?
So what happened? From dying at birth, and then each year I would get sick on my birthday, really sick. And on my 10th birthday, my dad, no longer in the Air Force, but is working for a company, and he's their number one salesman, so he gets all these perks. And one of them, the company had a house in Pompano Beach, and we got to go there for Christmas. And we went there, and Christmas in Florida was kind of interesting because Pompano is pretty South Florida, so it was warm, and we got all these wool clothes on. There's no Christmas trees, but there are palm trees with Christmas lights. I mean, I liked it myself. But anyway, being on that airplane did something to me, and when we landed, I was sick. And by the time we got to that house and unpacked, I was really sick. And the next day, they had to take me to a hospital because I was unconscious. And so I was in this Catholic hospital for a number of days.
How old were you?
10.
Okay.
10 years old. And I wake up, but I'm still in a daze, and there's this new thing called color TV, and it's like this big box with a round tube, and the edges of the color TV kind of blurs out.
That's unbelievable that back then it was like so new.
Yes, it was new. And so I'm watching, the Nazis had it in 1933, but we didn't get it in America until 1960, whatever that was. But anyway, I guess it was 1960. Anyway, so I'm in this hospital and I'm delirious, and they have the TV not like over there, but they have it up on the ceiling so everyone can see it. And the Wing and Winkies are coming after Dorothy, and I'm screaming, the Wing and Winkies, because I think they're coming after me. And this nun, you remember the flying nun? Well, there's this nun who looked like a penguin, but her habit had these wings on it that went out to here. So Winged, Winkies, black, and she was short, and so she came over, didn't say anything, she just kind of looked at me, right? She didn't say, "Oh dear, how can I help you? Let us pray. Oh, the love of Jesus will save." She just kind of looked at me, and I said, "Winky, Winky," and I, bammo, and all I saw was this black thing go in front of the TV, and then a crashing sound over stage left, and then I was gone, right? And I did not wake up for I don't know how many days. And I was in the bed, and there was a cast on my hand. So I really must have hit that nun. If I broke my hand, pow, and she flew over me and crashed over there, I really must have hit her. And so I wake up, and I have a cast on my hand, and I'm like this, and my legs and my hands are secured to the bed, so I can't move. And I have kind of this Hannibal Lecter helmet on that has a cage over my face, right? And so, I can see the bars in front of my eyes and in front of my nose and my mouth, but it's like this, right? And I look around and I see that I got this helmet on, and it too is attached to the bed. So I can hardly, unlike, Plato's, you know, story of the cave where the guys were, chained to the rock, and the open cave doors behind them, and they only see the light coming from outside the cave being projected onto the wall, and the reality they think is the shadow and not the sunny day out there. So that's kind of where I was stuck in this. And I couldn't say anything, and I was in my own feces and my own urine. I was like in a little pond of feces and urine. And I said to myself, that's it. I am never getting sick ever again. No more, that's it. Not going to do it. And, and I was speaking to God. And God said, no problem. And so I never have been sick since, except when I went against the contract. And back in 2004, I started working in the corporate world, just like the burning bush said to Moses, go get the Hebrew nation, free them. And I kind of joined, the Egyptian reptile business world. And I worked for the big time desperate lawyers, and I was a negotiator. I was like, Obi-Wan Kenobi, that's, the guys. Obi-Wan Kenobi was what was he? He was what do they call those guys? They belonged to the cool gang, and he was Jedi Knights. I was like a Jedi Knight, but the dark ones, the Sith. I was working for the Emperor. Anyway, that's why, but that's later in the story. So at 10, I go, that's it, I'm never getting sick. And God said, no problem. And Jesus was over there, yeah, right, Al. And so I was it. And then,
but you were mean about it?
No, I was not.
You said you were like a Sith?
No.
What was like a Sith?
No.
I mean, not a Sith, but a mean, like a Darth Vader type of one.
No, those were the people I was working for. And that's, you're kind of confused. At 10 years old, I was not even close to that. 42 years, 50 years later, because I was in my 60s, I started working for the corporate, seriously working for the corporate world. When I was a itinerant scholar,
That was not that long ago, a few years ago.
Well, it was 2004 when I started. So that's, what is that? Almost, that's 18 years? That's a bit,
I don't know.
Well, 2004 to 2014. That is 10 years right there. And then 2004 until 2022 is what? So 14 to 10. That's 8, and then 2 more.
That's crazy.
So that's that's like 18 plus.
That means a kid who was born in 2004 will be 18 years old.
Yep, exactly. So anyway, that's when I started doing that. But when I was 10, I said, please, Jesus, get me out of here. God, I will, I am your boy. I don't deserve this. I've learned enough of being sick. I'm never getting sick again. We're co-creating this one, right? And God said, no problem. Jesus said, yeah. So you can do it. That's what Jesus said. You can do it. And so just when I say that to myself, I'm not screaming or, because I had this thing in my mouth. I can't move. I can't, all I can do is blink my eyes, and I'm in a pool of urine and feces. And my mother and her best friend, Aunt Gracie, come in and see this. And my mother, gets, she's the one who gets upset. So she and Aunt Gracie unhooked me. Oh.
Chinese.
Hey, sweetie, what's shaking?
Hey, are you in the middle of one of your broadcasts?
I sure am. You want to be part of the show? We're talking about suicide. No, it's a good topic, because people right now with the COVID thing and locking down and all of that, they are going mental and I want to kill myself. And I'm trying to tell them, don't do it. It's not right. Not only is it not, it's not a good idea, because it's like whenever I broke up with a girlfriend or lost something or was disappointed, I always said to myself, something better is coming along. And I opened myself up for it, and there it was, right?
Right.
That's right.
So I'm other line with somebody who is contemplating it and is in a safe place now, a day after being tossed out by the landlord who was harassing her and turning almost everything flipped over. She was charged, and he took out the restraining order against her instead of the other way around.
Yep.
Anyway, so.
Well, that's the corporate world. That's the material world. That's not the world of love's co-creation. And that's the illusionary world. If your friend could have, just said fine and went on and, I've been thrown out of, this place 32 times. And every time I did, I found something groovy. Remember the party for the Pipeline kids, that great party under the wedding tent, right?
Yeah.
Well, I was thrown out, had no place to go. I called you, and you said, hey, there's going to be a great party. And then you kind of just said, expecting that I had, my phone would tell me how to get there. You said it was kind of over near this neck of the woods, and I kind of could get myself to that neck of the woods. But the universe brought me straight to you. So instead of being all bummed out and ending up in jail or dead, I went to wasn't that a great party? All that music and food and booze, and it went on for days. It was great. One of the best parties I ever went to. And it was because of you. I called her because I had no place to go. I was like in my car and I couldn't really see anything. And she said, oh, I'm going to go to this party. It's going to be over here. And I kind of knew the general neighborhood, but I had no idea what she was going on, expecting me to write it down. I couldn't even find a pen or even see the paper. And but I ended up at this party like a few hours later, and it was the best party. So that's what, instead of killing yourself, gang, just say, okay, I'm open for something better to come along. And bingo, it will. Right? Yep, there it is. Okay, sweetie. I'll call you tomorrow. What's a morning or evening?
Midday.
Midday.
Okay.
Somewhere between. Yeah, you're not a morning girl, either am I. So somewhere between 11 and 2. How's that?
Sounds good.
Okay, love you. Happy everything.
Bye.
Okay. So there it was. The perfect example of why not to kill yourself, right? I could have been going, I've been thrown out. I can't see. I can't find my way. Oh, boo-hoo. Oh, boo-hoo. Oh, it's all my life. It's all about me, so I'm going to kill myself. I don't care what it is. My children, I don't care. My parents, I don't care. Anybody else who loves me, I don't care. Boo-hoo, it's all about me. I'm just going to end it. I can't take it anymore. Did I say that? No. What I said was, okay, let's call a few people and see what's going on. See whose couch I can go sleep on. First call was that sweetie right there, and she goes, I'm going to a party. Come along. And I said, can you come and get me?
Right now?
No, this was 4 years ago when you threw me out in September. Right? And every time John has thrown me out, John has thrown me out 32 times. Sometimes late at night, sometimes when it's snowing, and our driveway is like, forget about it. And each time I found something amazing, I ended up, one night, he threw me out, and it was snowing and cold, and I got downtown, and
And it was always okay.
Yes, more than okay. It was better than being here. And that's why I'm back, because I want to get John to be happy, to have him realize that he doesn't have to kill himself. That if he wants to be with his kids, he should go to it. I want to take him to Texas and sit on that his ex's front door. I am a world-class negotiator. If I could get, Scrooge the Duck to sign a contract that he didn't want to sign. I can get anyone. His ex I can get, and all he has to do is get himself to be the best, just, not be perfect, and our lives are not a finish line, It's a work in progress. Because we are co-creating with God's unconditional love. And yet, God doesn't have an idea. Like this hill here, right, that the school is on, and that all the little cabins are on. This is a good example of God's co-creation, because this is a very powerful spiritual place. Yet, the hill has no idea of, syntax or what humans actually want or doing.
At stuff throughout the history of mankind, and there were trillionaires who had hundreds of times or 1,000. They had 1,000 times as much money as Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk or those billionaires like Bill Gates.
Yep.
1,000 times.
Those guys are chump change morons. They are just poster boys. Bill Gates, Little Willie, small penis, Microsoft. Why do you think they call it Microsoft? That's his penis.
No.
Micro in size, soft, and he can't get it up. Microsoft. Get the joke? Microsoft. That's the joke.
They have a lot of people who work there that they might.
Well, they may have big penises, but little Willies, Microsoft. Right? So anyway, and Jeff Bezos, please, none of those guys are, they're as sharp as a rock. They're as smart as a bag of doorknobs. Elon Musk did not invent I saw him getting interviewed, and someone said, "So why'd you name this car Tesla?" He didn't even know. The reason why the car Tesla is called Tesla is because the motors are alternating synchronous motors. That's why. And the battery is DC, but they have a device that changes it from DC to AC to run these motors, because a AC synchronous motor, once it turns, it uses no electricity. And there are no gears. It's like a variac. You put your foot on the gas pedal, it goes 0 to 60 in like 2 seconds, because it doesn't have to go, it just goes zing! And that's why it's named Tesla. And Elon Musk, when he was being interviewed, didn't even know that. And so the guy knew it and didn't make a big deal. His next question, so which do you like better, Edison or Tesla? And Elon Musk goes, well, Tesla's a loser. Edison, he made money. He stole everything he could and made millions. That's what I want to be. And so he was just, oops. And that's these morons that, I love Donald Trump. Donnie Trump is my man because he lied so much that he told the truth. When he said, "Oh, this is a witch hunt," it was. Ridiculous news. It is, and it has been forever. The king always owns the outlet of information, so he can control the folk, and we are being driven off the cliff. What's been going on? Well, it's been going on since 1492. We've been driven off the cliff. But really, in the last few years, this has been, whoa. And basically, it's lemmings going to suicide. You don't have to kill yourself. And either, by, or, letting the state do it for you. I mean, I used to live in Australia. I lived in Australia for 3 years. And it was a frigging, it was started as a, penal colony. But they didn't send guys who were, pinching wallets, because that's like if you would take somebody pinching a wallet in New York, you'd have to send them to Mars to equal sending. No, the people they sent to Australia were rich people who were psychotic. Like the Queen's cousin was the surgeon of the court. But his hobby was slicing up women. He was Jack the Ripper. Well, when he was slicing up prostitutes, not a problem. But when he started going after the middle class and the store owner's wife and daughter, they had to do something about that. So they didn't kill him. They sent him to Australia so he could kill people in Australia. And that's Australia. I lived there 3 years. And so if you want to, and the weirdest stuff, so America and England are the same, they're like in a suicide pact. And that's where we are now. And every religion, every belief, a guy named Max Igon, go look up his shows, and he did a really good one about belief the other day. And hi, I am Sensei Al Bob, and my YouTube channel is Dreamy Dreamland with Sensei Al Bob. I am your griot. After I do this live chat on John Birmingham's channel, I'm going to go and do one there. But come and watch.
This is not live.
Oh, you're going to edit the shit out of this?
Maybe.
Yeah, well, okay. Well, then I'm going.
Wait.
I'm out of here.
What happened to the ghosts?
Well, I'm going. If you're going to edit the shit out of it, fuck it.
No, I won't. Are you okay?
I'm okay, sure. Anyway, I needed to get up.
I don't want to edit it as much, but I thought I was supposed to.
No, yeah.
To make a really good video and add like cool things.
Now, I'm all, like I told you, you're a great editor, so that's fine. But
what happened about the ghosts?
I'm going to do that story on my channel because I don't edit. Now, if you want to write us, say, hey, you remember when we did the Donnie Chump story?
You're okay with leaving it just like this?
Yeah, stop there.
Okay.
Because it's pretty interesting up to
But
this
what
point.
happened with the ghost? Can you tell the really interesting story about how when you were an EMT and you went and I can walk. I can tell you when you were walking or whatever.
No, I can't.
Remember when you were an EMT and you saw that guy who killed himself and he was flying around or something?
Yes. Put the camera right here. So it'll be a real close-up while I tell this story. And I'll just tell the story.
I finally got those new light bulbs for my movie lights, but I thought it was too bright to have for you.
So just put it
because you didn't like how they're bright.
No,
or
this
something.
is good. This is good. So is that the newest of the new Apple phones?
Nah, it's last year's.
What did that cost? Over $1,000?
It was expensive.
It was expensive, right?
It was expensive.
Okay, so
It's the best one we made.
I was getting into what I call a jag, right? And so it had a lot, but that's why if you go to my channel, Dreamy Dreamland with Sensei Al Bob, you'll see that my videos are like 10 hours long. And some people like that. But you can drop in anytime you want. But I'm going to close out the show with this story.
Maybe if you help me get Danica and the kids, I'll get you the newest iPhone.
I want something else. But John, I'm going to do it.
What do you want?
I don't know right this minute. What I want is you happy.
Maybe this house?
No. What I want is you happy. That's what I want.
All my money's in this house.
But I don't care. What I want is you happy. That's what I want.
Okay.
Right? So yes, we can do that. But we're going to have to go to Texas to do it.
I want you to be okay.
I'm always okay.
Okay.
I mean,
you
yes.
look better now. You look good.
You can, there's some material things we can work out.
Energy.
But right now, I don't know what I want on that level. What I really want is you to be happy. I'm happy. I'm always happy because in every day and every way, I take the peace of the earth. This is what Jesus told me. Al, this is your job. In every day and every way, take the peace of the earth and make it stronger by love's co-creation. And love is God, it's all our relations. And by the way, Al, your life is not about you. Your life is the we in me, right? Now you got to keep this in. And the other thing is that me part is not just human beings or just me and John. It's all our relations. It's everything. It's every, it's every biome, every germ, every virus, every flower, every tree, every skinned and furred and scaled and feathered creature. That all our relations. We have to love them all. And if we did, this would be heaven on earth. But we're not, because we're stuck in our ego. And that, right there, gang, is what suicide's about. All you can do is think with your ego. You can't think with your heart or your love. It's just ego, 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 ego. Gotta kill myself, gotta kill myself. Ooh, it's all about me, it's all about me. No, it's not. So anyway, what I saw, that was quite interesting. So I've had a pretty interesting life. If you come to Dreamy Dreamland with Sensei Al Bob, your griot, I have more than 12,000 shows, and I don't take any of them down. They're all frigging there. You can figure they're there. They're not like Google fucks with it, but I don't.
He's laughing because I made an expression when I was standing next to him.
Anyway, so bottom line is I've been around a lot of death, my own and other people's, right? And so, and I'm always there. I've had about 20 different friends try to kill themselves, and a few that succeeded, right? And I had one friend, Gary Blue, who was an amazing painter in the 70s, and he was going to go up there with Rauschenberg. He was going to be it, but he couldn't deal with people. He made him really nervous, and so he would drink at the openings and be just woo, and the guys with the nets would have to come and get him. So
that's too bad.
Well, I think you know something about that. So
I am a little that way, but say like I'm making a movie or something. Hey, it's okay. I'm around all these people.
Right.
Well, if I ever get to do it again.
But I'm trying to get him out in his car tomorrow to get his car, oiled and this, and it's like I don't know. Anyway, so back to Gary Blue. So Gary Blue, he thinks, oh, my life sucks, I want to kill myself. Well, he does. Now, this guy's really handsome. All the girls love him. It's unbelievable, right? So, what does he do? He takes a bunch of pills, and he dies. His girlfriend shows up just before he kicks the bucket. She calls 911. They come, they pump his stomach, and he is, in his stomach, there's a nerve ganglia that these drugs killed. So his face, he went from being really handsome to looking like the Joker, and Two-Face put together, right? So then he really wanted to kill himself, and I was not in town when that was going on. So he tries 2 more times, and it just screws him up even more, right? So he can't even try like this, and he, and he can't use his hand. I mean,
did he still look good looking?
No, he looked.
At first.
What does the Joker and Two-Face look? When I say he looked like that, what is that? That's not handsome.
That's awful.
Yeah, it's awful. Then
But when it first happened, was he still good looking?
No.
Until it made him
The
old?
first time off, his face went. Second time, his and third time, he couldn't control his bowel movements. He would just shit anytime, anywhere. And his hands didn't work too well either. So he's a painter, needs that.
How long did he live?
He's still living.
He is?
Yes, because so he's in the hospital in a coma.
But did he get better like as time went by?
You want to hear the story?
Okay.
So and this is a story for you and anybody else who go, oh, my life sucks, it's never going to be any better. This guy couldn't get any worse. He's totally destroyed his career. He was like on the top, ready to be a millionaire, zillionaire for his paintings. He couldn't deal with the emotional dynamic of talking to people because he's a shy guy, drank, right? Then anyway, so he's tried 3 times and it's just made it worse each time. Now he's in a coma. He may not even wake up again, and they got a big pipe up his butt. So, anyway, I show up and I call up his house and his girlfriend answers and she's about to just leave. She's had it with this guy. And she goes, Where are you? I said, just came into town. Oh, meet me at X hospital in third floor at the desk. And so she, because she just got a call that Gary's out of the coma. He's conscious, but he's, can't talk, can't move, can't do shit, right? So I meet her, we go in the room, and she starts screaming at me, like, you selfish, blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. You're such a jerk, you can't even kill yourself, blah, 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 blah. And you never made me come, blah, 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 blah. And I'm leaving you, blah, 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 blah. Al, you take care of him. She walks out, and I look at Gary. I said, Gary, what have you done? Because I didn't see any of this, I was away. And he starts to cry. I said, Gary, you don't need to cry. With every closed door, another opens. And he goes, huh? And from this point on, he's talking like Scooby-Doo. And so I said, Gary, how long have we known each other? A year. And so what do I do? Real hard, and then you go someplace and have vacation. I said, so Gary, in these 10 years, how many vacations have I taken? I don't know, more than I could count. How many have you taken? None. You friggin' moron. Don't kill yourself. Go on a vacation. And he goes, right, vacation, right? And he's got the thing, and he's like, paralyzed, and he gets out of bed. And he's got that little, nightie on that the back's open and his butt's hanging out, and he's shitting everywhere. And he's moving around, vacation, and shit's going everywhere. And the nurses tackle him, and
he's alive now?
Oh yeah.
Can you go see him?
No.
Is he in New York?
I have no idea. Anyway,
Do you want to be friends with him? We can go see him?
No. Well, you won't even go get the oil. You won't even go see your own kids. Why would we go see him if you can't even go see your kids?
Maybe I can...
Kids first, Gary second. I'd have to go find him. But anyway, I have no idea where he is. But yeah. I know when I left, this happened in 1974, and I left New York City in 88, and he was there, right? And then in 2011, I went back, because when I have 128 godchildren, meaning I was taking over these abandoned buildings, putting homeless families in them. And so I was in really bad neighborhoods, a lot of drugs. I mean, people go, oh, everything's so terrible now. Man, the crime in the 70s was off the frigging hook. America went bankrupt so much that what happened was they took all the gold out of this country, and Mr. Rothschild basically swapped the gold that was in Fort Knox and the other banks. And what Richard Nixon did was he amortized the American dollar by all our resources, all the beautiful parks, all the cities, all the towns, all the everything. And if you drive around and you come into Roanoke on Electric Road, there's a sign, saying, welcome to Roanoke.
Get it gay.
And it doesn't say get it gay. No, it doesn't say that. It doesn't say welcome to Roanoke, city of homosexuals. No, it doesn't say that. What it does say, it says, welcome to Roanoke.
No, it's Roanoke. It's the best place there is.
No, it's not really. You can't make a living here, and they don't make movies here. There's no one that makes movies here, and how can I relate to them? Because they just don't make movies. They don't make movies. They don't understand me. They don't understand me. No, this is Roanoke. On the sign of Roanoke, it says Roanoke Incorporated County, Incorporated City, meaning it's a corporation. Our government is incorporated. You know that American flag that has the golden fringe around it? We are run by the nautical law, not the Constitution. I mean, they've thrown a Constitution out left and right. Why? Because it hasn't really existed since 1876. And H.R. 1876 was passed, giving corporations all the rights and freedoms of being a citizen. A thing was given the right to be a citizen. But I digress. To Gary Blue. We'll go straight to Gary Blue. And Gary was...
So you think they're real trillionaires that like own the country?
There are reptile aliens that own your soul.
Oh no.
Your soul, kids.
I don't.
Your soul. S-O-U-L.
There was a.
Because if you go look up in Sumerian what soul means, it's basically, you look at the Bible. In the New Testament, Jesus does not talk about soul. He talks about spirit. Everything he says is spirit. Now your spirit is indomitable because it is in co-creation with God. Your soul is a server in your Akashic records.
No.
That's all it is.
God
And your body is just a bag of water. Your body is zip. It's just a bag of water with some trace elements. But your spirit, that is the connection. Anyway, back to Gary Blue. So I said, Gary, and so they kind of tackle him, and put him in a straitjacket, and they tell, she goes, it's a miracle, he's walking, he's talking, he was in a coma just minutes ago, what did you do? I said, nothing, we're going on vacation. So I turned to Gary, I said, listen, Gary, this is how it's going to work. You stay here, get yourself right, so you can walk around, that you can breathe, that you can see, that you can kind of you talk the best ruh-roh you can, and we're going to go on a vacation. The vacation like to end all vacations. And he said, ruh-roh, vacation, right? And he's in the straitjacket. And so, and now this should be a movie. Now John's a movie maker. We could make this movie. And this is on video. This is my story. I get that credit at least. And I'm going to be executive producer along with John, and I will be co-executive producers, and we're going to make this movie in Hollywood, and it's going to be the most amazing freaking movie ever made. Because John is, and I'm going to write it too, but John and I will write it, and John will direct it.
Hey, those stories you wrote, we can maybe make it into movies.
No, this is the one we're making this into a movie.
This?
No, my novels are my novels. But this is a movie. So Gary is like, okay, right? So I go back to, I was living with Phil and Jane Bear in Soho on the corner of Broome and West Broadway. We had an art gallery, and it was a beautiful building made in the Gilded Age. And the whole sidewalk was cast iron with these big leaded glass, pieces of glass. So they had no electricity back in the day. So the basement was lit up by the sidewalk. It's truly amazing. And that was just one of the many, many amazing Tatarian technologies that was in this building. So anyway, we had the ground floor, which is 5,000 square feet, and the ceiling was 30 feet high and had these gigantic windows all the way from in the front on West Broadway. They went from street, but you went from the street and you went up about 4 steps and went in. So from that point up 30 feet were these gigantic windows. So we got that place about 4 years before this date, and we are paying nothing for rent. And I know the rent's going to go up at some point. So I go and it gets sold from some guy who didn't even know he had it. He dies. His nephew inherits it. His nephew sells it to this company that knows Soho is becoming really interesting and this will be really valuable. So they buy it for nothing. And they come to us about to throw us out, but we're paying rent and there's nobody else paying rent. And so the guy, I knew the guy, it was Sylvan Lauren Real Estate. And when I worked for Grandpa Stoll, I worked for him. And I said, listen, buddy, and I took him around. I said, this thing barely has electricity. Let me bring in a whole new service for, 3 lofts on each floor, like a 1200 amp 3-phase service. I'll put in the risers. I'll bring it in from the Edison box, and I will wire everything that's house electric, and I will wire the gallery. You give it to us for another 5 years at $200 a month. And he goes, no. I will rent it to you for 5 years. This year, $200. Next year, $500. Next year, $1,000. Next year, $1,800. Fifth year, $3,000. And I knew that it would be, each of those years, that rent would be way cheaper than anybody else's rent. And he knew that too. So he's still giving me a good deal, but way not as good as $200 a month for next 5 years. So I go, no problem, because we don't have to worry about it until next year. We're going to pay $200 a month. And so I go do that, and we're doing it. And I said, the job, that $200 a month starts the day I finish the electric job, and I will, work at this. It won't take any longer than 4 months, and you're not going to rent this place for another 2 years, So he goes, okay, that's good, not a problem. So I do it, we do it, we have the art gallery. I worked for, I wired 420 on West Broadway, Ivan Karp's, he's the first guy to come from 57th Street down to Soho, and he loved me, and he knew I knew all these really interesting people who were artists and that they were the new generation. So he kind of on the back door was, supporting us. So anyway, we're doing all this. That was 2 years before Gary tried to kill himself. And I got Gary into Ivan's, and Ivan thought he was great, but when Gary went nuts in the gallery to the really rich people, not good. Anyway, so what happened by the third year, where we're having to pay like $1,500, it's a lot harder than $200 just 3 years ago. And so what we did, since it had such high ceilings, did anyone ever watch the TV show? What was that TV show? The Match Game? No, not the Match Game. Where people were like, there were 9 of them, and they were like 3 up here, 3 here, and 3 here, and they kind of were like on the set.
The Brady Bunch?
No. I mean, that was the Brady Bunch, but this was a game show.
Oh.
Do you know what I'm talking?
Squares.
Yeah, Hollywood Squares. Hollywood Squares. So what we did against the back wall, we built 9 apartments like the Hollywood Squares, because I found this circular cast iron staircase out in the street, and me and Phil dragged it back up there, and it fit perfect. And then we built 2 floors, and we had, yes, and each one was about 9, and all these kids were coming from the Midwest who wanted to be in New York to be artists, or were working, or blah, blah, or going to school at NYU. And so we had 9 of these little boxes, and we were renting those out to these bourgeois kids for $1,000 an apartment. So we were making $9,000, and we were having to pay $1,500. So we're making out okay. But it's bizarre because we're living with 9 other people plus ourselves. And Phil and Jane they helped start, SNCC and Student Nonviolent, blah, blah, something, in Berkeley, right? They came from the Midwest. Both of them, parents were like, Protestant ministers. They grew up real Bible Belt kids, and then went to Berkeley and just lost their minds to LSD. And Jane was this just goddess of sex, right? And Phil was a really smart guy, really long hair. And these guys smoked pot 24/7, and they were still like rocket scientists, right? So 3 years in, and Jane gets pregnant, and so they're gonna have a baby. It's summertime, and they have a doctor, and the doctor calls up Jane.
She was a famous person, kind of like Jane.
No. Anybody who knows Soho knows Phil and Jane Barron. Una Bear Gallery. Go Google. Let's see what Google says about Una Bear Gallery.
Who did she have a baby with?
With Phil, her husband. They were married. Well, no, I didn't want that. Sorry.
But Gary, I bet as he got older, he got better looking again.
Well, we haven't quite hit that yet. Well, stop doing this. Don't talk to me for a minute.
Okay.
Una Bear Gallery, New York City. Yeah, the Art Gallery, New York City. Access our cultural list of emerging artist for the best contemporary art. Yep, that was us, right? And then we did collaborative arts projects. So anyway, so we got this art gallery, and that's all you got to do is go look for Una Bear Gallery on Broome and West Broadway. So we have this big thing. There's Hollywood Squares going on, and it's like a commune. We all have a dinner together, and Phil and Jane are selling pot to these people, and they're selling it to other people. So not only are they making a grand, because that's how those people got their grand, was selling pot. And so, I mean, you could sell the pot like from 2 blocks away, right? So, and I'm one of the first guys in Soho. Mike Finelli has Finelli's Bar. He's a mobster, but instead of selling drugs or prostitution or protection, he's selling napkins to hotels. Anyway, so I do all his electric work, and he owns, his real big thing was he owned all the police and all the judges and lawyers and you name it. And so nothing happened there without him. So he basically, I could do anything in that town because I was his godson. So smoking pot was no big deal because everything else was just going nuts in the early 70s in New York City. New York City had gone bankrupt, half the police were fired, da-da-da-da-da. So when people go on about what's going on here, it's like nothing compared to what was going on in America in the early, beginning, from 68 to, 78 or 76. No, 78, until really Ronald Reagan. Anyway, so we got this going, and Jane gets pregnant, and it's summertime. Her doctor says, Jane, are you gonna have a baby? And Jane goes, no, gonna have, it's all fine. She still had another 3 weeks, and as soon as because that person was gonna drive out to the Hamptons to her brother's and blah, blah, blah. And soon, about half an hour later, and Jane was as big as this and sitting in a lazy boy, and she had like half a pound of pot in a garbage bag over here, really good bud, and she had a silver tray, and she was just rolling joint after joint after joint, she's making a pile of joints. And I said, Jane, what's she goes, well, it's 4th of July, and you never know, you might need, we might get so stoned we can't roll. So I'm just rolling them up just in case. And so she knew something. So she's doing this. And then we're sitting back and we're puffing away. And half of the, Hollywood Square kids are like at their homes and wherever. And it's a quiet, summertime in New York City, really quiet. 4th of July, really quiet. So we're just hanging out. It's a beautiful sunny day. It's about 10 in the morning. And I'm making breakfast, pancakes for Jane and Phil and me. And then all of a sudden, you hear Jane go, oh my God. And I come over and she's got this puddle around her that is like, the parting of the Red Sea. And she's like making sure the joints don't get wet. And I put them away and she goes, uh-oh. And I said, what do you mean, uh-oh? She goes, well, the kid's coming. And I told the doctor that I was fine. And the doctor's somewhere on the Long Island, I don't know. And so Phil looks at me. He's got really long hair. Now, Phil has a real job. I mean, he went to college. He's got all kinds. He's got a degree in economics, sociology, and a PhD in fine arts and art history. This guy is educated. And so he's working for the IRS, but he still has hair down to his ass. And that's okay with these guys. But he's really smart. He wears the suit. So he's like, was he wearing? No, he wasn't. It was Saturday. Was it? It might have been a weekday. He might have just, was getting ready. No, it had to be a weekend. Anyway, city was dead. And Jane's water's broken. So, Phil goes, what? He's like the archetypical crazed, to be father. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? I said, oh, I'm going to go run up Spring Street and go to Dr. Witchy Boo Boo and see if he can come or he's got something for Jane. So I go running from Broome and West Broadway all the way up to, Thomas Street and Spring. And the doc ain't there. But he's got a pharmacy next to it, and that's open. And some person who knows nothing, the pharmacy, they're not going to give you any drugs, but you can get Band-Aids and whatever. So I'm like looking around, and both Bill and I have really long hair. And all I can think of is, well, if we have to deliver that baby, we don't want our long hair getting into Jane's woo-woo, and all of that messiness. So I saw these really big shower caps. So I got shower caps, plastic gloves, and some string. That's all my feeble mind could think of that we might need for delivering a baby. So I run all the way back. I got this bag, and Phil and Jane go, "Great, you got something for this." I said, "Yeah." And I pull out the shower caps and the gloves, and they're not like medical gloves. They're like big, bulky, clean your toilet out kind of gloves, and string. And Jane just starts laughing, and now she's got like 3 joints in her mouth, and I go, "There's only one thing we can do." And they go, "What?" I said, "Dial 911. 911. Bing, 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 bing. Get it? Hello, I'm at this address, and there's a woman here having a baby, and her contractions are this, and I've already been with the old crone, so I know a bit about what it is to deliver a baby. And I have no idea why I bought the bathing cap, string, and clean toilet gloves. Anyway, so the lady says, "Fine, someone will be with you momentarily." So I go out, and I'm sitting, and I've got a joint in my mouth. And a police car comes around West Broadway and goes up Broome the wrong way and pulls right in front of our front door. And these 2 cops get out, and they look like cows. They weigh like 290 pounds. And they got their billy club and their radio and their gun and their everything. And they come up, and they see me. And I said, "Look for a guy with really long hair." And they see me, and they said, "Where's the baby?" And I said, "Come on in." And come in, and it was just like, here it is, the day after, or a couple of days after Christmas. It was just like the Virgin Mary, Jesus, and the thing, because there was a skylight. That light comes through that 30-foot ceiling, and it was just as we walked in, it was shining down on Jane, right? And there were the refugees of the Hollywood Square apartment there around like, shepherds. And there's Jane, like Joseph, kind of going like this, and he's wearing his bathrobe with the really long hair and his big beard. And the cops come in, and they're like the wise men. And they don't see that half a pound of marijuana on the floor. They don't see the silver tray with like 300 rolled joints. They don't see that everyone's got like 6 joints in their mouth, and there's this purple haze around the place. They go, "Okay, so we're just going to get her up off the lazy boy, get her in the car, and we're not going to even wait for the ambulance," right? So we do. And again, we go up Broome Street, but there's no one there. So we go up Broome Street, cut around, and get on 6th Avenue, and go straight up 6th Avenue, and cut and go the wrong way on 16th Street, and go right into the emergency room of St. Vincent's, right? And so there's Jane, and she's basically naked. Her hoo-hoo's hanging out, everything's hanging out, her breast, she's got the greatest breast hanging out. And so, we go in, and right at the front, gate, at the desk, there's a nun. And she goes, "How dare you come in looking like that?" And we're still smoking pot, and the cops are there. "Arrest these people, they're criminals." And the cop grabs the nun by her throat and takes out his gun. He goes, "I'll kill you, motherfucker. This is my daughter. This is my baby." And he's like, 50-something years old. Jane's like 27. And he's like, "I'm going to kill you." And it's a nun. And I'm going, this is payback for that nun killing me in 1st grade. This is pretty cool. And so in walks this nurse who is like, super duper. All she does is deliver babies, right? And so the cop who's like got the nun by the throat with a gun in her mouth go, "I'll kill you, motherfucker." This nurse comes in and sees Jane and just grabs a wheelchair and eases Jane into it and pushes because now the nun and the guy and the cop are just like putting over there. What did you say? Licky asshole?
No.
What did you say? Licky asshole.
No, it's something I say to Corey.
Or what did you say? Licky asshole.
Yeah.
Yeah, so licky asshole. So, you know,
No.
audience, do you know the how that really connects, you know? But licky asshole really connects to almost anything. Yeah. Yeah, it can be used for anything. John, we used to, years ago when I was here, every other word was licky asshole, and it was funny. You know, it meant something. Anyway, so back to the story. So the nurse.
Corey says it as a joke, and I try to say, oh, that's something.
So the nurse and I, and Phil and the other policemen are into the elevator, right? And she pushes the button for the 8th floor, and as the elevator goes up, little Una Bear comes shooting out of Jane's hoo-hoo, just boom, right? And it's like the nurse caught a football, right? And so we're there, and we go up and get to the 8th floor. The doors open. There's 2 nurses there, an administrator, and they have this bassinet, and they're going to take and they got like, rusty scissors, and they're going to cut that cord, put the kid in the bassinet, and put him in, because this is on our property, and the baby wasn't born in a operating room, so baby legally is our property, and a blue baby, and it's going to stay in that disgusting room over there, and the cop pulls out his gun and goes, okay, motherfuckers, first one touch that baby, I kill you, motherfucker. And you can hear down 8 floors the other cop punching the other nun in the face. I kill you, motherfucker, kill you, mother. And so we go down and the nurse runs in and just grabs things off and puts it in a big bag. And comes out, kind of hoses the kid down. She has a kit that's sterile and does what's supposed to be done, and then swaddles the baby up, and the baby is like, yeah, I'm here, it's good, boy, that was crazy shit the last 9 months, but hey, this is great, I love this, I love this place, I love that policeman, I love that nurse, I love my mommy, I love my daddy.
Before you took that drink, it sounded like you said some evil, awful coffee.
John, that was basically an hour ago. That was an hour ago. See, John has a problem. I mean, I know I'm all over the place here, gang. But, so we go down, we get in the police car. Police drive us nice and slow. How's the baby? Baby good, Jane? Jane's baby good? Yep. And we get back, and I make a big Italian dinner. And Mike Finelli comes down with tablecloths. He's heard that Jane's had a baby, so of course you need like sheets, tablecloths. So he brings a bunch of those, and he brings other goodies, and we have a big old Italian, just great old time, right? So that, I'm just giving you, this is the lead into the story of Gary, right? So the cops become the new godfathers. We can do anything. They come virtually every day for all summer to see how Jane's doing and bringing her stuff. Jane, you need more pot? Here's some more. And so everyone has been revitalized in our neighborhood with the birth of Una Bear. So this is about the time I took a vacation. And I came back a few weeks later, and everything was great. And so Jane calls her mother, who is like in the Midwest on a farm, who's a Methodist minister's wife. And Jane goes, hey, Mom, I just had a baby. Can you come and help me with this? And that's like Jane's mother's reason to live. Oh, sure, honey, I'll be right there. So she's going to take a bus. And anyway, so I get there, and Jane's mom is there. And Jane's mom is like, this is not her world. This is like, she's used to the, never-ending fields of magistry and the farmers, all Methodists, and her husband, the minister. And here she is in the Hollywood Square apartment building in our living room. There's a lesbian couple. There was only one guy there who was trying to go to law school at NYU. And he was the only, quote, normal one there. And he was constantly, checking his belief structures, going, what world, is this a planet? What am I? But he lived there because he couldn't afford any place else. So anyway, I have, come back. Jane's mom's there. I get the 4-1 on Gary. I tell Gary to, get his act together. And then he knows where I live. He knows, he's been there a zillion times. He's had shows there. So anyway, I tell him, soon as you can, walk, talk, see, and not be totally whacked out in your ego, it's all about me, it's about me, it's about me. I want to kill myself. Once you're over that, we're going to take a vacation. And that's what seals the deal. So, a couple of days come by, it starts raining, and I'm asleep, and I got a nice place. And
so that's how you think about me, that once I'm not depressed and thinking about myself a lot, we'll maybe go on a vacation.
You got it, kid. That's what this story is about. See, John's not as dumb as he looks. He doesn't even look dumb. He actually looks smart. But anyway, so
I don't even know.
So it's raining, right? And it's one of those. It's a summer day. It's like in end of August. It should be hot, but for some reason it's very overcast. It's raining, cats and dogs, and I have. In this big loft, I have quite a nice my own little place. Because I always have wherever I am, I have a nice little place. Because no matter what's going on, I live on $400 a month right now, and I'm living like a millionaire. So anyway, I'm in my little bed, and I hear someone coming down the steps to my little nook, and knock, 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 and Jane's mother, who I met and talked to, and she's just like the lawyer guy. She thinks she's on another planet. She doesn't, someone that slipped her a Mickey. But she's in love with her granddaughter. Those two were like, I'm right, Una loved mommy's tit and loved daddy's holding her, but really loved grandma, right? And loved me too because I was Al Bob. So, and remember, come to Dreamy Dreamland with Sensei Al Bob on the YouTube. I'll be doing a show after I do this. And you probably won't see this for a few days because John's going to edit it. But I would hope that what he does is put this on without any edits and then go do his magic with editing and cut it up any which way and have both of these stories to compare each other to, right? So, I'm in my little nook. Jane's mother knocks on the door and goes, Mr. Al. She called me Mr. Al. Mr. Al, I said, yes, Jane's mom. There's a crazy man, half naked, at the front door screaming your name and screaming vacation. I said, oh, that must be Gary. So, I get up, I kind of put on a robe, I follow her up, and there is Gary, drenched like a rat. And he's not wearing clothes. He's still wearing the hospital gown with his whole back. And what they have done to him, I don't know if any of you know what a colostomy is, but a colostomy is when, for some reason your shit machine doesn't work right, and either you get cancer and they have to cut part of your colon out, but instead of, what they do is they empty what's left of your shit machine into a bag that's glued to your stomach. So I've known other people who've had it. And just think if you, when you take the bag off, there's a process of doing it. But if you do it wrong, you spill all of that shit all over you, and it hasn't really been processed. So you think your shit smells bad, you should smell it when it's in your intestine. It's like, whoa! So Gary has one of these. So he's got the hospital gown on, his butt is hanging out, his colostomy bag hasn't been emptied now in a day or so, so it's like the size of a shopping cart, and he's screaming, "Vacation, vacation!" So I say, "Gary, I said, Gary, please." And he goes, "Vacation, vacation." I said, "Come, get out of the rain, come on." He wanted, because I told him stories of me being a hobo and riding the rails and thumbing across. He wanted to thumb down Broome Street to go to California. And he's in a gown and his butt is hanging out along with his junk, and he's got a bag glued to his tummy the size of a shopping bag full of really disgusting poop. So anyway, I bring him in there, and now I have actually had friends who had this. I've actually had to change their colostomy bag. And I actually have it, because I always have my magic bag or my magic car or my magic box or my magic house where I can find anything I may need by just saying a little prayer to St. Anthony. St. Anthony, the saint of lost stuff. "Tony, Tony, come around. Something's lost. Gotta be found." I find it, right? So I kind of go over into my closet, and there's his bag. I pull it out. There's the glue. There's the little gadget that connects to the two, and there's the plastic bag. I said, "Come on, Gary."
Oh,
Yes. And John just said the right word, because in the basement, and I was telling you guys why I told you how the basement was lit up with, the sidewalk was all cast iron with leaded glass, and the sun would go down into the basement. Well, we rented that out to this old French guy, Gilles. And we just thought he was like, an old French guy who might be an artist, and he was going to pay us, $1,500 for the basement. It was a big basement. It was like, 7,000 square foot, and it was all over the place, and it looked like a dungeon, right? And I was down there. I met him because I was down there putting in the new service, and I had parts of the sidewalk pulled up, and you could see the basement. And when I'm there working away with my gang, and this old French guy with a cane, and he looks like...
what was that word? Jalil?
Yes,
Jalil.
yes,
No, wait,
yes.
what was his name?
Gilles.
Oh,
Gilles.
Okay.
Gilles.
Oh, the dungeon.
Yes, the dungeon. So he's looking down there, and he goes...
The porn dungeon.
Yeah, the porn dungeon. So he goes, "I want to rent that." And not only was it porn, it wasn't like, wholesome porn. It was people hanging from chains and being whipped kind of porn. So we had no idea of this.
I'll put the link to that video at the end of this.
Right. So, anyway, and he said, "Right there, $1,500 for that basement." I said, "You haven't even seen, so it's what I want. How do I get there? Do I jump down this hole?" I said, "No, sir, you don't. I'm going to come up, just go around the corner and go 2 doors down, and there's a big metal door. That's how you get in here."
You're not allergic to stevia, maybe, or Zevia. Or
I didn't like the way it tasted.
Oh, okay.
Not that it's affecting me. I didn't like how it tasted. Anyway, and that's something we were talking about 2 hours ago, and still talking about the can of soda. So anyway, Gilles comes down, he rents it, and this is like a year before, or a year and a half before Jane having the baby. But anyway, so Gilles is now like part of the family, and every evening, he only shoots in the evening, and what you'll be sitting in the main room of our gallery, and you will hear chains clinking, and you'll hear whips snapping, and people going, "Harder, Gilles, harder," right? So that'll give you the idea. And when I was putting that electric service in, I had the inspectors. I had the Con Ed inspector and the city inspector, and I've known these guys forever. I've been an electrician for the guy who has the oldest electrician license in America, and he was my boss forever. And so by the time I was 11, I was the real electrician. So these guys know me. They know that they don't even inspect my stuff anymore. I do it so well that, Al's doing it, no problem. So, but because I'm doing a big service straight off a main bus, so the Con Ed guy wants to make sure nothing screws up, because I could black out half of New York City if I did it wrong. And so, anyway, they show up, and I meet them at the door. We go downstairs, we go down the hallway, we go to where I have all the meter pans, and I have the Edison bus, and everything's done. They just need to go, yeah. And as we walk in there, and it's all lit up. Whenever I work, I light things up. And it's all lit up, and there are these kados. These are, whenever the movies are made, they have Klieg lights. John, you know what a Klieg light is, right? Those big, 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 bright lights for movies.
I didn't know it was called Klieg.
Yeah, the big ones. Not the ones you have.
20K.
Yeah, the 20K. Right? The Klieg lights. Mr. Klieg. And they take a lot of juice. And so the wires coming out of those suckers are like welding wires. They're like, really gigantic.
Like they look like that, but they're giant.
They're giant. I mean, giant. Because they've taken a lot of juice. And they have these plugs that are really old school. They're kind of made, I don't know how they make them now, but they're so you can plug them and not get electrocuted. I mean, if something happens, you need to break the circuit, you just pull, and there's 2 blocks of wood with 2 copper pins, and you don't get electrocuted. But so it's like Frankenstein electric stuff. And these lights are hooked straight to the Edison bus, which means no meter, free as a bird. Plus, that bus is going out into the street that's going into the main bus that goes straight up West Broadway. So if there was a short there is no circuit breaker. It would just go until like the World Trade Center would go dark, so, and that happened a few times. So anyway, they see that and go, ow, what is it? Because A, it's being stolen. B, super dangerous because there's no way of really turning this sucker off. Or how did they even connect it to the bus? Because it's hot. And so, I'm trying to figure it out for myself, and I'm looking at it and I'm talking to them, but they're behind me, and I turn around and they're gone. And so where did they go? And so I follow those cables through the basement, and we come down this long alley, and the cables are there, and this bright light is shining down there, and I go down and I look where the opening is, and there are like, lots of naked, good-looking women, but not like high-end porno film girls, but like more like what is known as a muffin top girl, and guys hanging from chains, and there the inspectors are getting blowjobs, and they're whipping the guys with the chains, because when they came around the thing and started yelling, Gio said, "Oh, no, this is great, keep the camera running. We're just going to have you in the movie. And girls, come over and service the men." And they're like, and so these guys were like, yeah, here, whip that boy. Oh, yeah. So these guys went from being Mr. Straight and Narrow, not a problem, I love Jesus Christ, to being in a porno movie of guys being chained, and they're whipping them, and the muffin top girls are doing fellatio on them. And I'm like, so that's the kind of place this was. So back up, 2 years later, Jane has a baby, Jane's mom's there, and Gary is like, vacation, or more like, vacation. So, I bring him in, I hose him down, and I change his bag, and I say, okay, Gary, we're going to go hitchhike. I said, you don't even have clothes on. You don't have a bag. You don't have... No, I do not do things this way. You're going to stay here, and we're going to walk down the street to Dr., and get all the things you're going to need to go on a trip, right? Then we're going to get some other stuff down on Canal Street, and then we're going to go, because it was still really early in the morning. So we do all that, and by 11, we're ready to go. And so he wants to get out on Broome Street and hitchhike. I said, no, I call up Amtrak, and I said, so when's the DC Limited going? Oh, if you can get here an hour and a half, we're pulling up. So like 12:30. Okay. So we're ready. We say goodbye to everyone, and Jane wants to give us half a pound of earth. I said, no. When we travel, without anything. So anyway, I basically get one of the Hollywood Square guys to go up to 6th Avenue, hail a cab, and bring it to our front door, which he does. And so we get in the cab and we go up to Penn Station. We get there, we buy the ticket, we stroll, to the gate, the platform. We get on, and there's no one on the train, and but the train's going to leave soon, right? So we can sit anywhere we want, and this train has a club cart, which meaning a restaurant where you can get food, and it has a bar, right? So, the train goes clink clink, the doors close. We start chugging out of Penn Station, and we're walking through car after car, looking to where we're gonna, get ourselves a seat. And we keep walking, and we get to the club car, and there is like 20 black guys in tuxedos, right? And then there is another 8 black guys in train waiter suits, white coats and a little bow tie. And so we're there, and everyone looks up at us, and we look down at them, and they got their instruments, and they're kind of tuning up to play, and they all got cocktails, and they all got spliffs, not joint spliffs. These are high potency, marijuana cigarettes. Anyway, so we say, well, this is nice, and we sit down, and they're making omelets and eggs Benedicts. Normally on this train, they give you a crappy sandwich in a plastic wrapper, but these guys, they actually do have a kitchen, and because their buddies are here, they're gonna go all out, right?
Billy White.
Yes, exactly. And did you hear Barry White over there? Barry, how you doing?
Oh.
Come on, Barry, let's hear Barry.
Hi, this is
Barry White.
Barry White. This is Barry White.
John is amazing with his voices. So anyway, we're throttling down the thing, and we're getting blasted, drunk, stoned, and it's still raining like cats and dogs out by us. And we trundle, and we're heading towards Washington, D.C. And we go into Philly, and they just kind of slow down, and there's no one on the platform, so they don't even stop. They just keep going, because for some reason they didn't stop. So they keep going. As soon as we get out of Philly, it stops raining. And between Philly...
I shouldn't try to say a voice making fun of anyone black. I really like black people.
Well, you were being very kind to Barry White. So anyway, so we're...
I felt closer. I preferred to be around black people than white people.
Praise Jesus. Anyway, so we're pulling into D.C., and there's these big puffy white clouds, and it's maybe 2 or 3 o'clock, and the sun is coming from the west, and it's coming through. Looks like God is up there saying, "Welcome to D.C., Al and Gary. Welcome." So we kind of get off, and I used to live in D.C. I lived in Maryland, but I did a lot of things in D.C., and I worked in the patent office, and anyway, so I knew D.C. pretty well. So we pull into D.C., we walk off the train, we walk out of Penn Station there, and we walk out, and right from the station, there's the main drag of this way, you see the mall, and then there's this road that kind of goes all the way, like, through all the federal buildings. It was designed to get off the train and you could hit any, the FBI, the, the IRS, the Smithsonian, the National Museum. So anyway, we're walking through this and station, and there's a little store there, and it sells tickets for this thing where you go outside and you get on this little golf cart bus, and it drives you through all of this stuff. You get off and you tour all of those things, and it's like you're the number one. You don't have to wait on line. Anyway, we're walking through, and I look over there, and I said, "Wait a minute, Gary." And I say, "Excuse me, when's the golf cart leaving?" And she knew what I was talking about. She goes, "Oh, about 10 minutes." I said, "So what's it cost for the tour these days?" She goes, "Oh, $20. And I mean, this is in the 70s. So it was like, soup to nuts. So And no, it was $10, $20 for both Gary and I. So we get 2 tickets, and they give these little things that hang around your neck, so they could, that's been covered in plastic. We go out, we get on the go-kart, and there are not that many people. Maybe 50. Their thing could have 60 people on it, but there may be 15 people. So we get on it. We go to the FBI building. We go to the Treasury. We go to a Smithsonian. Then we go to the National Museum, and then we hit all the monuments, and we get off at the end of the tour. So we started the tour maybe 3 o'clock, and the end of the tour was about 5:30, 6 o'clock. And, it's still summer, it's early September, I think. And there isn't a cloud in the sky. The sun is beautiful. It's blue. It's gorgeous. It's one of those amazing days in D.C. And there's hardly anybody in D.C. It's not crowded. And we're let off right at the Washington Monument, the big obelisk. And they got a stage in front of it. And who is in front of it on that stage but Jefferson Starship and the Allman Brothers? And they're having a concert for some reason, I have no idea, but they're having it right there, and there's hardly anybody there. And so we get to experience, all of that. And we're dancing, and it goes, and they have fireworks, and the whole thing is over around 11 o'clock. And there's food canteens there, and it was just an amazing event. And then Gary started to get anxious because we have had no plan. He showed up at my front door screaming, vacation with a bag of shit on his stomach, wearing his ass out in a hospital gown. And here we are at, 11, and he's like starting to get a little, what are we going to do? Where are we going to sleep? I said, Gary, calm. So we took a cab, actually. I flagged a cab, and we went to the Greyhound bus station. We walk in there, and I go, I want to go to Durham. When's the next bus to Durham? And the guy goes, in about an hour, and there's nobody bought a ticket. I said, 2 tickets, Durham. So we get 2 tickets, right? And we go, and they have a restaurant, a pretty good coffee shop / you can get a cheeseburger, whatever. So we get a little something to eat, and the guy actually had
What is Durham?
Durham, North Carolina.
What is it known for besides
tobacco?
Besides the Wright brothers, tobacco.
No. The Wright brothers did not come. Wright brothers went to Kitty Hawk, North Carolina. Durham is right in tobacco land.
All North Carolina. What is it even?
Tobacco is what North Carolina is known for. So anyway, Durham and banking. I mean,
Virginia.
Yeah, no, both of them, but North Carolina and Virginia, too big.
Why would I want to go to some place where they don't have the cool movies and stuff?
Well, that's not what we were just on vacation,
okay.
Right? This ain't about movies.
You get happy about all those places.
Oh, he's kind of like you. I mean, he's ecstatic, just like, because when we were in the National Museum and he was seeing his most favorite paintings, like he could put his hands on them, I said, no, Gary, can't do that. Because when we were on the train smoking the spliffs with the guys eating Eggs Benedict.
But he was enjoying it after he was out of the hospital?
Oh, he was ecstatic.
He was?
Because he was with me.
And he was alive.
He was alive.
Feel okay.
Yes, he just tried to kill himself in the last 3 weeks. And his face looked like a monster. He could barely speak. He was shitting out of a bag on his stomach. Whereas before he started taking those pills, he was a really handsome guy who had a real amazing career of being a painter right in front of him. And he had a really hot girlfriend and a great loft. And because it was all about me. Me. I'm miserable. Oh, boo-hoo. I want to kill myself. Boo-hoo, boo-hoo, boo-hoo. And this is what it cost him, right? Forget the art career, forget the beautiful girlfriend, forget the loft, forget his beautiful face.
But then he had a colostomy bag?
Yes, he had a colostomy bag.
did he get to wear regular clothes on the journey, or did he have to wear hospital?
Oh, the regular clothes we had some because I had a friend of mine who made art out of cloth, right? And in New York City, you can buy bundles of clothes that are like as big as this carpet, you know? And in New York State, they have to be what is known as Sanfordized, meaning they have to be washed and fumigated so you don't buy a pair of pants and bugs get on you, right? But there's like 2 tons of clothes. So I had a friend doing that, and when I saw that, I used to pick through his pile. And then one day he said, no, they actually sell, smaller piles. Why don't you have one delivered to the gallery? So I did. In my little nook, I had a pile of clothes, every kind of clothes you could think of. Women's clothes, guys' clothes, suits, police outfits, you name it.
You got them from the street? Like, would they sell things on the street?
No, we sold them on.
Some cool thing in New York, you can get a pile of giant clothes.
Yes. But it wasn't on the street. It was delivered to you by a truck and a forklift.
You got it like a really cheap, like a good price.
Yeah, like $100.
Wow.
You get a ton of clothes for $100, and they were pressed and cleaned and Sanfordized, meaning they were as good as anything new that you.
They have things like that in New York. You know better than
That says New York.
Yeah, but they have.
That's the story. It's taking place in New York City.
Yeah, they have stuff like that you can't really find anymore.
Yes, this is New York City. I don't know what New York City is because I haven't been back to New York since.
Lived in New York
John,
City,
before we go to Texas, do you want to do a road trip to New York? Is you still have your grandma's house? Or did your parents sell it?
own it.
Yeah, that's what I mean. They're still in there. They haven't sold
Stay
it.
there any time these days.
So why don't we take a trip up there before we go to Texas? It's not cold now. We could do it.
Maybe we can get Danica and the kids to fly.
No. We that is our test trip. If we can drive to New York, have a good time in your grandma's house, then we turn around and go to Texas.
Maybe.
Okay, that's a maybe. So back to the story.
We can fly out of Texas.
Out of New York, we could do that too. So anyway, back to Gary.
Fly out of New York?
I have no idea. I'm still telling you this story. So anyway, we get to the bus, we have a cheeseburger, we get on the bus, and there's you could sit 30, 40 people on a Greyhound bus. There maybe, when we get on, there's about 10, right? And so we get on, and we pull out, and Gary is really tired. I mean, he is like dead. It's like hit him like boom, right? Now, when we were on the train, and one reason Gary was so ecstatic was the one of the musicians, and we got tight with those guys, and the guy said, "Hey, we're going to go play for Richard Nixon, and so we have to get rid of our drugs, and we're going to give most of the herb to our friends on the train here, but they don't. We have a lot of mescaline mushrooms. Do you want those?" I said, "Well, that sounds interesting." So he had a bag of mushrooms about this big, maybe, I don't know what that is, half a kilo. And so I'm trying to think, what can I do with this big bag of these gloppy.
It sounds like you're some a
dry
motorcycle Harley. It sounds like you're some motorcycle one of those
But it wasn't. It was just us going from this place to this place without any plan, without any idea. We were just on vacation. We weren't motorcycle gangs. We were on vacation.
Okay.
So anyway.
But this was in the 80s.
No. This is Richard Nixon. This is 73. 72.
Gary, New York person?
Yes, the Gary story is in the early 70s.
That long ago?
That long ago.
Wow.
Yeah, baby.
I thought it was the 80s.
No, 70s.
You were in New York in the 70s?
I was in New York in the 50s. I grew up in New York, in Harlem in the 50s. And the 60s. And the 70s. And the 88, I left. And I came back for one of my goddaughters.
Okay.
So anyway, we're on the train. They give us this big bag of mushrooms. The guy who's making the omelets says, "You know what? I had this. I never used this, but I had this bean crusher. You take coffee beans, put in this machine, hit the button, goes, and it turns it into.
I had one of those.
Right.
For 2 of them.
So he had never used it. Okay. So he goes, let's see what this does to those mushrooms, because they were dry. They weren't soggy. They were dry. Put them in there, turns them to dust. Right. Now I'm an herbalist, so whenever I hit the road, I take my little bag of whatever I might need to keep myself from getting sick or someone else. Right. So I had about 300 gelatin capsules, because back in the day, I used to make poultices and I would put the herbs together and put them in little gelatin caps, because to eat some of these herbs, it's like, So I had about 300 of these gelatin capsules. So here, all of the black guys in tuxedos, we have this powdery substance on this kind of tray, and we're like sticking it in these, and we get 300 of these capsules. And these guys say, oh. And because we're sweating and we're doing this, we're already starting to trip by just putting and the dust is going up our nose, and we're doing this. So I have like 300 psilocybin gelatin capsules, and I have them in my little medical bag, right? So it looks like those ones that are herbs and those ones that are vitamins, and it didn't say what they were, right?
You did.
Right. So I had them.
Don't have anymore.
This was 1973. It's a long time ago, even for 300 capsules. Anyway, long story short, so we have that, and we go on to, and that's what we are like elated, because we've taken a few of those, and we've gone on the tour and seen the paintings, and we got to shoot a machine gun in the FBI building. Anyway, we're doing all this, and this is all done in one day, right? And
A real machine gun?
a real Tommy gun from the 20s, right? So anyway, it didn't have bullets, but it blah, 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 blah. Anyway, so we get on the bus, and Gary goes all the way to the back, and there's no one back there, and there's a toilet here, and there's like a couch of like 4 seats without things. So he just lies down, goes to sleep. Put our bags up in the rack. And I'm sitting next to the bus driver talking to him. And I'm tripping, so I'm like talking like chatty Cathy, right? Just going. And he's down with that, it's keeping him awake, and we're talking about everything. And I said, and we get outside of DC and we stop immediately. And I said, immediately? I mean, I thought this was the Express. And he goes, oh no, the Express is like half an hour after this. I said, so if I just waited a half an hour, it would only stop 3 times. This is going to stop about 40 times. And so I'm going, okay. I said, well, what time does it get into Durham? And he goes, about 9 a.m. I said, well, okay, I'll fall asleep. No big deal. So Gary is back there sleeping, just snoring. I'm up front talking to the bus, so I can hear Gary snore. So Gary's good. He's just been reborn through this one day. He's gone from drenched rat on Broome Street. Yes.
He's okay?
Well, he's getting okay. But it's such a slap in the face. It's like putting him on a kaleidoscope on a merry-go-round.
What? Wait, I missed it. I was thinking of my own thoughts of these random things I didn't know.
Right. So all of this that I've told you, audience, that you're paying attention, I know you're paying attention, that was all one day. I mean, him showing up, with the colostomy bag, drenched, raining, Jane's mother going, Mr. Owl, there's a crazy man at the door saying vacation. Anyway, so that's all one day. And getting on the train, seeing the black guys smoking, eating Eggs Benedict, drinking champagne, getting 300 capsules of mescaline, and then going on the tour of all the federal buildings, and then watching Greg Allman and the Jefferson Starship playing right on a stage in front of the Washington Monument, and then getting on a cab, going to the bus terminal, getting on the bus, and then heading out of town, right? So Gary's asleep, he's just exhausted, and he's snoring away. And that's good. He needs to sleep. That's good, right? So he's asleep. So I am up talking to the bus driver, and then realize, this is the local. But that's okay. We're going to get in Durham at 9. That's good. So And I am so wired, I am not going to sleep, you know? So we're going along, and I find a nice spot to sit, and I kind of, you know, where our bags are, and it's like the third, it's not right, no, it actually was right up at the front of the bus, you know, where the steps come up here, and there are these two, that was where I was sitting talking to the bus driver. So we're going. We stop about 30 minutes into this trip. We're going to be here about 40 minutes. I'm going to get a sandwich, and there's going to be 2 other buses that connect, and the bus might get kind of filled up. I said, okay. So now I've been hanging out with Gary, and Gary's little colostomy bag can get a little stinky, and we haven't changed it yet. So I smell a little bit like I smell a lot like the glue, because I glued it on him. And I smell, not vomity, stinky, but, you know, what's that smell? So anyway, we stop there. I put my bag on that seat so no one sits there. And I go get some sandwiches to take for the trip and a couple of cups of coffee. And, you know, and they put it in a nice little box for me. And we get on and we take off. And so we hit another spot another half an hour later. And the bus is almost filled up by that thing, right? And I'm still sitting in my seat with my bag there, and it's just me and my bag and the bus driver. And now he's my buddy, so if anyone said anything, you know, he would say, I'm the bus driver, get up. So anyway, I'm still wired, and I'm eating a sandwich. We pull off this thing, and this is one little girl waiting, and she's unbelievably goth. You know what goth is? You know, black, everything.
How
and
old? How old?
Somewhere between 17 and 27.
Oh, okay.
But I mean, she was a woman and not a little girl.
Uh-oh.
I mean, her everything was, and her clothes were very, ooh, look at those. Anyway.
Even back then they had a goth?
Yes, but they didn't call it goth. And that was just her, right?
Huh.
I mean, that was her look, not something she bought at Walmart's. Anyway, so she gets, I see her right.
Okay.
I see her and go, boy, she's kind of cute. So,
Like a vampire.
yes, whatever, right. So, the bus stop,
Right.
she gets on,
Did
right?
you say it right? It sounded like somebody was in there.
What?
Is there somebody in there?
Where?
Around there?
No.
Is Gary there?
No. We haven't hit that yet. So,
Are you sure?
yes, I'm sure.
I think he's there.
No.
You're Illuminati.
No, John.
I think
So,
he's there.
so let me finish the
You're
story.
Illuminati.
Anyway, so the bus stops, and
It sounded like you said
there's this real pretty girl,
It sounded like you said
and the
right.
door opens, and she comes up, and I get up.
But what if now he turned into an Illuminati with trillions of dollars? Or billions of
Do you want me to finish the story, and I'll just go
Okay,
right now?
finish the story.
So she gets on, and I get up, and I put my bag off the seat, and I kind of go like this, have a seat, and she goes, can I sit next to the window? I said, sure, not a problem. So, and like again, we're heading south, and it's, you know, early September, so it's warm, you know. So she opens the window like for the, you know, normally those windows don't open more than this. She gets it to open all the way, right? And the bus driver looks, kind of goes, how'd she do that? Anyway, so we start talking, and we're hanging, and we don't go on the interstate. We're just county roads, you know, state roads, not doing more than 45, 50. And I had this box of sandwiches and coffee. And so I'd say, would you like?
You're good and kind. You're not an Illuminati.
No.
I'm sorry.
So I say, do you want a sandwich? She goes, oh, yes. So we're talking. And, she, you know, we're talking about everything. And, you know, she kind of leans into the esoteric and occult. And we're talking about all different, like, I told her that I was part of the Theosophical Society and that I knew Madame Blavatsky's girlfriend, who took over the Theosophical Society in the 30s and was still running it in the 70s. Anyway, and a few other people. And I studied, Wilhelm Reich's work, and she knew all of it and was really interested. And we're having this really animated, really interesting conversation. And we're not talking about anything except really interesting stuff. And the bus driver's kind of listening to us. And everything else in the bus is people are kind of asleep, and it's like quiet, and we're driving along, and we go into this town, and we pick up somebody, and they're like a girl, another attractive girl, and there are no seats up front, so she kind of goes into the back, and I'm more interested in the girl sitting by the window next to me, and we're talking. So we're driving out of this town, and we're going to jump on the interstate there and go a few miles, right? And then jump off in Durham. I mean, we're almost to our spot. But we're maybe 40 minutes out. So we stop at a red light. He's going to turn left, and it's a big intersection. It's the main intersection of this town. And so we're waiting to turn left, to get the hour to turn left, and this hot car pulls up, and these two morons are next to her, and they're going, show us your tits, show her your tits, because she is already showing her tits, meaning she has a big open bodice, and you just have to look, and even from down below, show us your tits, and they're saying, really, you're a witch, and all this kind of really nasty stuff. And she turns to me and goes, watch this. And she looks at the boys, smiles at them, and they're gunning their motor, right?
Okay.
And his foot slips off the clutch. The vehicle shoots off like a rocket ship into the oncoming traffic, and that car gets hit by a tractor trailer and gets pushed down the road like to the next block, and then smashes into something else. And then we take the left.
Looking at her boobs?
Yeah, for looking at her boobs, saying that she goes, just watch this. So she was a witch. She was either that, or that whole day was the most synchronistic day in the universe. And so
It's awful.
it was what it was, John. Saying it's awful is being very pedantically subjective, not objective. It is what it is, right? And I'm just the observer.
For that.
I'm just the observer. So anyway, we get on the interstate. We go to Durham. We get into Durham. We get off, and she goes, well, I gotta go. I got things to do. Now, she and I are the first to get off, and everyone's getting off, and they're kind of like got this stink face look on them, right? And where's Gary? Where is Gary? I go back there, and this girl runs by me, and she's half naked and covered in excrement. And Gary's back there, and he was lying in that couch, and the girl who got on, the last girl who got on, went back and sat next to him, and they were having sex in that couch, and in the process of having sex, Gary hadn't learned how to not rupture the colostomy bag. And so we get Gary off, get him into the men's room, kind of somewhat clean him off, and I change his bag. And again, I walk out and I get a cab and I say, how much it costs to drive us from here to Duke University, which was maybe 20 miles. The guy said, I don't know, $15. I said, fine. We get in, we're driving, the guy goes, open the windows, what's that smell? So we open the windows and we drive into Duke, and I had been at Duke 2 years earlier. I had a ton of friends there, and I had stayed with most of them at their fraternities, right? So we drive in, I have the guy drop us off right in the front of the fraternity. We go in, it's still kind of early in the morning, maybe 10 o'clock, and I see a few guys, hey, where's Buzzy? So, he's not here, he's with his Swiss girlfriend.
Is Duke in North Carolina?
Duke's in North Carolina, right near Durham.
Oh, okay.
And Durham's like kind of, Duke's over here, Chapel Hill is over here. They're kind of, Duke's the big town of those two colleges. Anyway, so I find another buddy of mine, and again, Gary's kind of little skits out. What are we doing here? What are we going to do? Where are we going to do? And I said, no, Gary, this is what we're going to do. Here's my friend. I said, hey, how you doing? Steve, I'll be right back. I'm going to take him in the shower and take his clothes off, and I said, is the washer and dryer working downstairs? And he goes, yep. I said, okay. So I get Gary. I said, Steve, you got any really good shampoo? Not as good as the one that you left downstairs, but, oh yeah, here, Dr. Bronner's. Good, okay, Dr. B's. So I take Gary in, take all his clothes off, and I said, just scrub yourself down. Just, get all the stink off you. And just relax in the hot water, right? He goes, okay, I'll do that. So he does that. And I go wash all our clothes because they all stink like his shit. And then I come back and I take off his, that colostomy bag, and I really kind of clean it and get the little connector all perfect and put the bag on so he's not going to smell. He's going to be okay, right? So Steve's up, we go to the dining hall, have a nice breakfast, we come back, and I said, so Steve, and this is back in the day before computers, and they had what were known as ride boards, where people wanted to go someplace, they say, I want to go to certain place, anybody, I'll share the gas, a ride board, right? So I said, Steve, where's the ride board? And he goes, where do you want to go? I said, I'm thinking Florida. He goes, well, I'm driving to Florida right now. So really? Yeah, the semester just ended, and I'm going over to a girlfriend's down in, Fort Lauderdale? No, Orlando, near Orlando. Anyway, so we're there's our next ride, another synchronistic, fortuitous thing. And so we go get Gary, dry him off, put clothes on. Well, we already did that. We went and had breakfast. We got, and Steve had a van, and again, Gary's kind of been through a lot. So, Steve has a mattress in the back, and, Gary not just totally crashes. And I say, Steve, here's some psilocybin. So we both take it. So I'm still really, and he's got some spliffs. So we're driving down the highway through North Carolina, South Carolina, through Georgia, down into Florida. And we're talking about all kinds of everything. And Gary says, we haven't heard a peep from Gary. We hear, stop now, this exit, pull up this exit. So my friend goes, he does it. He pulls off, and we pull off, and right behind us is a pink convertible Cadillac, right? And these two very attractive young ladies. And what Gary's been doing, he's out of his bag, he's got his art stuff, and these girls pulled up, and he's like looking out the back window and writing things to them, and they're reading and they're sending, and so they say, pull off, because he has no idea where we're going.
Oh, yeah.
And so he says to them, they say that pull off, so we do, we get in their car, and we drive. These girls are from extraordinarily wealthy mom and dad. And we go into Disneyland, and they had their own condo in Disneyland, right? Well, not in Disney per se, but right near it, right? So
Disneyland or World?
World, the one in Florida.
Okay.
The one in Florida, in Orlando Disney,
Okay.
right? And so we're in Orlando, in these people's condo, and it's really nice. And again, Gary has sex with that one girl. The other girl is breaking up with her boyfriend, and instead of me trying to hit on her, I am like comforting her. Oh, you're the best. And we're all doing mescaline and smoking spliffs. And then we all go to bed bright and early. We go have breakfast in some place near there, and then we get in their pink Cadillac, and we head to Disney World. And she has like lifelong pass to it, right? And super duper, meaning she gets to park right up near the gate. She gets, you know, super duper. And what are the clothes that Gary and I put on, right? Gary is wearing because we have this bag of clothes that I just grabbed out of the big clump of clothes, right? Okay. And the two most cleanest things that are like, you know, squished and you know, pressed. Gary is wearing a bright orange jumpsuit that says on the back, property of New York City Penal Department, meaning it's a outfit for a guy in jail.
Oh, yeah.
So that's what he's wearing. And he's wearing these big he's got big feet, he's got these yellow, you know, kicks, really big, and this orange suit, right? I am wearing a purple.
Really?
Yeah. Back to the
You
same.
want to change it
No.
to the same one? Okay.
Yeah, right. Same view, nice close up. So due to technical, are we running? Are we?
Now it's recording.
Okay, due to technical difficulties, we had a little hiccup, but we'll keep going. And I'll try and close this up quickly. So, we're in Disney World. We are stoned out of our minds, and these girls just love us. So, we go on
And
the...
you had a purple thing?
Yes, a band majorette's outfit. You know,
Wow.
purple
And they-
pants with, and they were like overalls. The purple thing came up here. I was wearing a white shirt
Wow.
and a big purple bow tie and a purple jacket that
Really?
buttoned on either side, and this pompadour, this big fluffy. I look like Big Bird, right?
And they'll let you all go to the front of the line.
Yes, front of the line, because they had this important. We had these important dangly things. Anyway, so we're we're going through, and we are stoned out of our minds. And this is 1972, 73, and they weren't quite ready for this. But anyway, so we're doing this, and then we get really cheap. So we go through some thing or nothing. We're in this little cart, and we're going through, and this girl and Gary are just swapping spit and touching each other everywhere, and the other girl is just cuddling up to me going, "You're such a nice guy," and looking at her friend getting laid there in public. And so we get out of that, and we go on the Swiss Family Robinson's thing where they have all those bridges, and Gary has to change his bag. So we go do that, and we're in there, and there's a guy with a wheelchair. The guy's on the throne, and Gary steals it and is riding it up and down those bridges, right? And then falls off like down there, and they have the go-karts down there. He nearly gets run over by the go-kart. The two girls and I, we run over there, get out, and then we start driving go-karts, and we go off the go-kart cart, and we're going down, Main Street in the go-karts. And he's wearing the orange jumpsuit saying proper, that I'm a criminal, and I'm wearing the purple thing, and the girls are wearing Daisy Dukes and just a little list of things, and they're pretty well endowed, and we are stoned. And so we park where there's this like Polynesian land. We go in there, and we're having Polynesian food, and the girl I'm with is like putting lays on my, the flowery things around your neck, and she is basically stealing stuff that tourists should be buying, like the Mickey Mouse, and she's just stealing and sticking them on. I love you so much. Here, have this. And so we're eating away, and we're just, making a big, nuisance of ourselves, and everyone, the poor mom and dad America are like looking at us like, what is this? And then all of a sudden, I feel this hand on my shoulder, and I'm whipped around, and this badge is put right in my face, and it's a gold badge that has Mickey Mouse like this, and the Enchanted Land behind him, and above it says Disney Security.
Oh.
Right? Okay. And I look up at the guy, and his face looks like he's a horror show it's got these lines in it. I'm tripping, and I see the lines moving everywhere. I can see his chi and his aura, and it's leaking out of his body, and I'm just kind of going like this. And soon as they flip out the badge, the girls freak out and start crying. It's not our fault, not our fault. And Gary is like that far away from. It was just yesterday that he was in a mental institution wearing the gown and his, I mean, he's not like months after, but less than a day. And so, and I'm the only one who's like able to communicate with these guys, and I'm tripping.
All that fun stuff with them. You did all that fun stuff
in less than 30 hours. Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
So,
amazing.
so anyway, and this is just the beginning of the story. So, the the girls are crying and saying, "Oh, it's their fault," right? So, they
It would be fun to do that stuff, but not to have gone to the mental hospital with the death thing
and the colostomy bag and all
stuff like
that.
that.
I'm giving you the choice.
That's okay.
Gary tries, boo-hoo, it's all about me, I'm going to kill myself, to, 3 weeks later, having this amazing vacation, right?
Oh, okay.
And he's talking like, Scooby-Doo, refrigeration. Anyway, so they trundle us out of that restaurant and put us into a go-kart
You
that
must still look pretty good to get good women.
I still get good women, John.
No hint of it.
No, it was just the moment. But anyway, and because he wasn't thinking about how he looks or anything, he was just happy to be fucking alive and on vacation.
Okay.
Anyway, so they trundle us into this big go-kart, and it's got it's made to look like Donald Duck, the little yellow hat and the ducky opening thing. And we get in, and it says on the side of Donald's little waddly body of the go-kart, it says Disney Security, right? And a big, police logo. And we get in there, and the girls are still, and Gary is catatonic, and I'm trying to talk to the guy whose face looks like his chi is leaking out of his head. Anyway, they take us, we're riding down, Main Street, and they're the go-karts that we took from the other place. And we're coming up on this wall. He pushes a button on the dashboard of the go-kart, and the wall opens up, and we zoom down, and we're in this underground, unbelievable, and we're going deep and deep, and all the buildings there look like they're made out of glass. They're 3- and 4-story buildings underground, and demons, and I'm trying to go, is this the mescaline or the psilocybin, or is this really what it is? I mean, that guy's face is pretty. Anyway, so they take us into this building that's like a jail, and it looks like it's made out of glass. So they put the girls in their own little cell, and there are no bars, so you can't hear them. And Gary's over there like pounding on it, you can't hear him. And I'm in one that has a little table. And the guy with the face, right? He's sitting opposite of my table, and he's like going through all my stuff, right? And I got all these film canisters with all kinds of vitamins and things, and he's shaking them, And I keep going. He's asking me questions, and I go, and all I can answer is, "Man, what happened to your face?" Right? And he's going, "I don't want to talk about it." And then he asks me, "Where'd you meet?" "Man, what happened to your face?" "I don't want to talk about it." "Man, what happened to your," I just can't help myself because he's right there, and I'm like, and then he goes, "Fine, I'll tell you what happened to my face. My son, the communist, isn't going to Vietnam. He refuses. He's going to be a draft resistor, and I'm an FBI agent, or I was until that happened, and now I have to be, Disney security." And he's going on, and I said, "But man, what happened to your face?" He goes, "Well, my wife told us to go out on the boat and go fishing because we both and we might be able to calm down going fishing." I said, "But what happened to your face, man?" "This is what happened to my face. We were pulling we got out in the water, and all we could do was scream at each other, and I lost my favorite rod in the water because I got this big fish, and then they took it away, and I was angry and upset, and we went back, and we're putting the boat on the trailer, and they had this cable, right, pulling the boat up, and Dad was up there clinking, and the boy was guiding it through the water. It got stuck. Dad kept, pulling, clinking the cable. It snapped and wrapped around Dad's face.
It did?
Yes, and that's those lines with the cable that and cut into his face. So he's going to look like that pretty bad unless he has $1 million for plastic surgery. So anyway, and then I have really long hair, and he goes, and you look just like my son. Now I can't do anything about him, but I'm gonna fuck you. And he's going on about, and now these guys realize that we are, especially the way Gary and the girls are, that we are under some kind of substance, and so he's trying to freak me out, right? Because he can't fuck with his son, but he can fuck with me, right? So I'm just like, really? I don't I just go, really? Really? And I'm still wearing my purple suit, and I'm holding my hat under my arm. Anyway, so he leaves, and he takes my little containers back with me. And about, 10, 15 minutes later, he comes back, and he puts the containers on the desk and smiles at me. And he goes, boy, this is my day. And I'm going, and I go to read, he says, don't touch that. That's evidence. And I go, okay. So he turns around and walks out, right? I wait and these things here, I'm trying to think of stuffing it on the, don't touch it. If you touch it, that's a felony, just touching it. I go, So I'm sitting there, and I'm looking through the glass walls at the girls going, ah, and Gary catatonic, and 15 minutes later, this guy comes in looking like, really nice suit. Nice suit, $1,000 suit, haircut, $200 haircut. Really, this guy looks good. And he basically sits down, smiles at me, and goes, Al, do you need anything? You want a soda? Not that, but some other, a real Coca-Cola? You want a cup of coffee, tea? What do you want, water? And I'm just, how about a sandwich? I said, so what's the deal? And he goes, okay, down to business. I like that. He goes, well, we've tested all of your vitamins, and we have found that they are psilocybin and mescaline, and they're Schedule I drugs. That's 50 years in jail just for one of those pills, and you got 260 of them. So that's a long, 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 long time. But this is your lucky day. And I go, that's good. What is it? So you've got a choice. Good, I like a choice. What my choice? He goes, we will keep all of this, and we will escort you off the park. And you can be on your way. Or you can keep that, and we will introduce you to the highway patrol. Because the, Disney security, they're just, mall guards. They have no authority, no legal anything, right?
Yeah, you could. Yeah.
But they're all retired FBI guys, So anyway, so I go, this is a no-brainer. Have a good time, let's go.
Okay.
So they get us, and by this time of this little thing, they have done something to the girls. Like some nurse has come in and given them a shot to mellow them out, right? And inform them that they're not going to jail, that it's no one's fault, right? So we all get on the go-kart, on the golf cart, and we're underground, and we're going through all kinds of tunnels, and he pushes another button, and we're no longer with the guy with the face, we're with the guy with the suit, and he's got two guys behind him with muscle, and we come out, and they pull right to where the girl's pink Cadillac is. And I'm going, well, this is great. And the girls are going, oh, let's all get in the car, we'll go get something to eat. And they get out, and we're getting out, and the guy with the suit puts his arm and goes, no. You are not going with those girls. we're gonna let you out on another gate. I said, oh, okay. So and we drive away. The girls are in the pink Cadillac, and the guy tells us why we are so lucky.
Yeah.
Is that one girl who screwed Gary? Her father is the senator of Florida and very powerful in the federal government, right? And he's part of the he's passed all the drug enforcement laws, and it would be a little embarrassing if his daughter, high on psychotropic drugs, got arrested in Disneyland having sex, because tourists took pictures of it, right? And so we were escorted. So they drove away, and we went down the driveway to the far reaches of that, to gate like 9 million, right? They open it up out onto a little county road in a marsh. And the guy goes, well, this is going to be a new part of our park someday. It's called Redneck Deathland. And he goes, do you know what and there's like not there, but there's a town on either side. Do you know what a sundown town is?
No.
Sundown town is a town that anyone they don't like either has to be at home in their house or out of town by the time the sun goes down, right? And so this road, it says County Road 2426 or whatever, Sundown Highway. Meaning if you're on that highway and they don't like you, you're going to end up dead in the marsh. And that's what those guys wanted to have happen. Because there's no traffic. We're there an hour. It's getting to be about 1:30, 2 o'clock. And it's really hot. And I've taken half my clothes off. And we don't even have our bags anymore. They were in the Cadillac. We didn't get our bags. But those bags there was nothing important in them except, clothes I got from a guy who threw them away. Anyway, so we're wearing the clothes he's still got the orange suit, but he's got it down, rolled up, around his waist, and he's getting a little anxious, right? And his little bag is smelling, and they don't even give us, the goodies for his bag.
No,
Yes. So it's starting to smell, and we're just, and there's no shade anywhere, and we walk down, and a truck pulls up by, pickup truck. Guy puts a shotgun at her face. He goes, better not walk that direction. Walk the other way. So we turn around and we walk the other way. And we get down there maybe 1/10 of a mile. Another pickup truck comes the other way and goes, we don't want you to go that way. Go the other way. So we're like stuck right there going back and forth. And you know what a sundown town is? And he keeps pointing towards the marsh and showing us his shotgun. He goes, you ever see the movie Easy Rider? That's you boys. And so Gary is really starting to freak out because he's still tripping his brains out. And it's just been, a little less than 2 days since he was in the mental institution. And so he, he's like almost comatose. So it's now getting to be 6 o'clock p.m. and we've been visited by the pickup trucks many times, and I'm almost going, oh well, I'm going to be dead. So the sun is going down in the west, and the road faces, it's an east-west road. And so coming from the west, we see this vehicle. It doesn't look like, a pickup truck with the stars and bars on it. And I'm looking at it, and it's a Volkswagen van, a lub, camping thing, the hippie van, right? And it's got flower power over it and peace all over it. And this van pulls up to us, there's 4 girls in it, and go, we don't know where we are, we're lost. And Gary and I just dive in and say, go. We know that if they go, because if we go west, I said, did you go through 2 little towns? Yeah. Very weird little towns. Well, we're going to go this way, And the next big intersection, we're going to take a right turn and get on 95 and head for because they wanted to go to the Florida Keys.
Oh.
So we jump in their van. Gary's comatose. We're wearing these weird clothes. These girls think we're really fun and cool and go, hey, do you want some mescaline? And I said, not right now. And so we drive for another 6 hours, and we end up in on the Keys, and there's a place in the Keys called Bahia Honda, amazing, national park, great camping, costs $3 a night, and we kind of roll in there just at the time where, if everyone hasn't already, who has a place saved, if they're not there by that time, you roll in, you can get a space if there's a space, right? So we roll in like 10 minutes after that time has happened. We go, do you got a campsite? And he goes, oh yeah, you guys are lucky. There's one left, and it's really the best one. It's right by the bathroom, not right by the bathroom, but it's the best place. It's got a really great view, and it's got the biggest, it's the best site of the 300 we have. So we give him, $9, and he gives us a little map, and we drive there, and they have a big tent. We set the tent up. We go swimming. We drive back. And when we're there, I said, is there a pharmacy here nearby? Oh, yeah. Just over the next bridge, there is a Kmart. It's got everything you need. I said, okay. And he said, if that's not there, there's one in that parking lot that's like the hospital's pharmacy. I said, okay. So we set up. We get in the vehicle, and we drive and get Gary's stuff, and there's a really amazing fish place right on the water. We have a great fish dinner. We buy some booze and some other food to make breakfast, and we stay there. The girls stay there for another at least a week, if not longer. And we go to, the third day we're there, we say, we want this, is this signed on for anybody has a reservation? He goes, no, actually, we're right at this point where it's the new thing. So you can stay there a month. After a month you got it. But after a month you could go to another campsite. So that's where Gary and I spent our vacation. It took us 4 days to get there and that whole experience. And we spent about a month there. And there are a lot more stories because we just pirates and just you name it. We extraterrestrials, roller skating over the water. I mean, we had, it just went better from there. And this is the story of why not to kill yourself. Because Gary, boo-hoo, my life is terrible. Oh, where it wasn't. If he just straightened his act up and did what he could do, meaning be the real good painter. I mean, the guy at 420, he still wanted to sell his paintings. Gary just had to get his head right and not be such a jerk and be all about me, all about me. And then he had a great loft and he had a great girlfriend, right? And he looked great. He was like Ford model handsome. Then he took to drugs and his face turned into a horror show.
How old was he?
We were 20, I was 73, I was 23. Gary's probably 25. He was a couple years older than me. So that is a story of why not to kill yourself, because you don't know what the rest of your life is going to be.
What happened with you and the girls?
Which one?
The second one with the Volkswagen.
Oh, the Volkswagen girls. Well, they were college girls, and they just wanted to have fun. So we had fun. I had no long-term anything, and they were a lot younger. They were like 19, and I was an old man of 23, and Gary, the girls really liked Gary because they kept calling him, they said, it's just like Beauty and the Beast. And he just, that all that shit that he went through did something to him. He never stopped having an erection. I mean, the girls didn't look at his face; they looked at his erection. And then the other thing, he so got over that it's all about me, boo hoo hoo, that he was just happy to be there, and he had an attitude of just the best attitude you could ever imagine. That everyone, and they didn't look at his face and say, "Oh, you're body dysmorphic." No, because this guy, like I said, he was the mixture of, the Joker and Two-Face from Batman. And he was just a mess. And then he smelled like the worst shit that you could ever imagine. If you're having sex with him, at least 80% that bag was going to break, and the girls were going to get that crap all over them. I mean, he had a mountain of reasons why girls shouldn't be interested in him, but they were drawn to him like, would I say, flies to shit. And that is my story of why you should not kill your fucking self, because you have no idea what really great things are in store for you. And when I tell stories about my life, so this was just a week of that, from the time I saw Gary in the hospital to the time we hit the Keys, all of that.
How did you get home?
Well, that's another 3-hour story. So all I can say, we got home first class, so that's how. And we really didn't have that much money. I mean, I just spent all my money getting there, because I didn't let anything stand in the way of us getting there in a good way and without having to be stressed out or walking or...
First class plane?
Yeah, airplane. From Miami to New York City, first class. But like I said, it'd take another 2 hours. And I'm still going to tell you some more stories, kids, about the people who I saw commit suicide and what happened to them. So I just told you for 2 hours, story about Gary, who tried to kill himself 3 times, didn't take, but it cost him. And that's usually what it happens, is you try and kill yourself, if you don't die, it fucks you up big time, right? He did it 3 times. So once, face, gone. Second time, he couldn't speak. Third time, he had to shit through a bag glued to his stomach. And he came out the other side being the happiest guy. So I'll tell you this about Gary. So I left New York. So all of my friends, I knew Gary all the way up to 88. And between 73 and 88, his career went we went back to 420, had a show, sold everything, every painting sold for like 50 grand. He made a few $100,000. He became, and because of the way he looked, he was like, everyone wanted to, and because he had this amazing, upbeat attitude that everyone just, it was it. So he taught at the new school, and then he met another great artist at the new school, and they got married. And they had a baby, and I was Gary and this beautiful woman who is a famous painter herself had a baby, got married and had a baby.
Wow.
So that's what you...
But how do you look compared to somebody who was like 58?
He always looked like he was dead. He had no color to his face. Blood did not go to his skin was always dying.
You were so young, it wasn't just because you were so young and you thought.
No. In 1988, he still looked like he was dead. His skin would be rotting off, and he smelled like he was rotting because of his colostomy bag.
But now he's still alive.
I don't know that. I knew he was. I left.
Are you friends with him?
In 1988, I left New York and really, really had no contact with anybody.
How would you be able to find someone?
Oh, well, I still have friends in New York, and they know everybody else. So if I wanted to, and that was like one of my goddaughters who wanted me to walk her down the aisle. She got a hold of one of my good friends, and he got a hold of me. Well, he gave
Are
her.
there some people that are famous artists and stuff that you would see if you went to New York?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yep. They're still there. You know. And that's one reason I left New York, was that no matter how much New York changes, it always stays the same. And you know, if we go to your family house on Staten Island, that's great. That's a great place. We park the car, we take the ferry, we go all over New York, right?
Yeah, it's nobody's house.
Yeah, nobody's house. So let's do that. Do that as a exercise to get you loosened up to get out into the world. You've been here for 2.5 years, John, all by yourself. You got to get out of here.
Okay.
And we'll have I mean, look what I did for Gary. And that's just one guy. I've done this for a number of other people. Not, as I told you, the most, extravagant, to the limit story, but I've helped other people. I've got the credentials and the experience to, and that's why I don't give up on you, John.
Can I ask this? Okay, thanks. Can I ask this one thing?
You can ask me anything.
The video's done. What was that time you were an EMT or something?
Yes,
like
that's
that?
what I was going to tell you now.
And you went in
Yes,
there
I'm going to tell you that story now. That's the story I'm going to tell now, because the Gary story says, here's a guy who should have killed himself, meaning went into comas, destroyed his face, his voice, and had the shit out of a bag on his stomach. The other ones actually did it, right?
No.
So I left New York in '88, right? And a friend of mine who was, she was one of the top, executives of Cornell University. She was in charge of curriculum, right? And administrating curriculum. And she was an anthropologist. That's how I knew her. I at NYU at the New School back in the day. That's where we became buds. So anyway, she would come visit me in New York. She loved that I was the dude of disco, and she loved to dance. She loved all this and the art world and all that, because she came from a pretty, everyone in her family were scholastics, and that's how she got that gig. You kind of have to be born into a gig like that. And so anyway, we were really good buddies. And my wife died. I got very depressed. But I did, not on the surface depressed, but like internal depressed, which is worse, right? So I, did this thing where we created this housing project for homeless people, but families, moms and kids, not junkies, not drunks, not people who had been, but because New York went bankrupt, they lost their job. Very similar to what's going on right now, right? But we took over 50 buildings and housed 500 families. And we did it so amazingly that the city fought us tooth and nail, because the real estate people didn't want that to happen. But we got to a point where we just were, they tried everything. They tried to kill us. They tried to burn the buildings. They just, they couldn't legally throw us out because we had good lawyers and we did it the right way. We used the Homestead Act of 1876. I put legal electricity in all these buildings so everyone had a electric bill, which is, if you want to prove that you live in someplace, you show the marshal the electric bill, they can't throw you out. So we had it down. But when they were being criminal, there's two levels of crime. The guys in jail and the guys putting them there. They're both the same guys, personality-wise. So the police came and broke in, like we're burning the buildings down with people in it, and they weren't getting in trouble. That's like murder. And then they were breaking into the buildings, breaking into our apartments and beating us. That's assault and battery. Because they were wearing uniforms, didn't get touched. And because they were being backed by the powerful banks and, investment real estate guys, But we kept winning in court, to a place that the newspapers and newspapers weren't as bad as they are today, They would, they were trying to get bad press. And we, instead of fighting the police, and so we were also a cultural entity. So we had theaters, and we had art galleries, and we had poetry groups, and you name it, we were doing. We had a medical, we had our own bank, we had a credit union, so we were trying to show the New York people, no matter how down they got, they could pull themselves out, and they shouldn't depend on the politicians, because those morons made the problem. And we're kids, we're heading in that, we are in that direction right now. And I've been talking on my channel, Dreamy Dreamland with Sensei Al Bob, come over to that, and go look at the 12,000 shows I have that talk about all of this, right? Still running? Still recording?
Yeah, still recording.
Okay, good. So anyway, so I left New York, and I went to Cornell, and my friend got me into, because if I stayed in New York, it wouldn't have been good for me, because it was just, I needed a real change, and not just take a vacation. For 15 years, when I needed a change, I just took a vacation, but I would come back I needed a place that I wasn't going to come back to New York. So I went to Cornell. And instead of being a scholastic, I was, given the opportunity to be a scholar. I worked for this guy who worked for Brookings, and he had been a scholar. He wasn't a scholastic. He had made his home at Cornell. And I would have done the same if it wasn't for the winters there. They're just too brutal. So, I get this gig with him, and what I would do, he was, tasked to look at something, political structure of this city, what happened environmentally with that part of the country, blah, 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 blah. The psychosocial, cultural, anthropologic. And that's why I am a shamanic psychosocial cultural forensic, but I throw in forensic anthropologic alchemist. Right? So we would take everything apart that was going on in our society, figure out how to fix it, and then build protocols that we could hand over to police departments, to educations, to hospitals, to business, you name it. We were looking at all of this in the big, big picture. And I have a knack for seeing trends, right? He's got a knack for knowing history. I have a knack for trends. So we made a pretty good team. And we're doing that, and I'm becoming more and more, and we're doing projects, and the people at Brookings and the people at entities like that, the Trial Out Commission, Council of Foreign Relations, a whole bunch of folk like that. We're like, oh, look at these guys. And that's when I kind of met Dr. Quigley, who wrote Hope and Tragedy, which is, go read that book. You want to know what's going on in our world today, politically, socially? And he takes it all the way back to Samaria. You're being lied to, gang. You're being lied. Everything you're being told by politicians, bankers, you name it, you're being lied to. And you're lying to yourself because you're believing stuff that doesn't exist, because you're scared to be yourself, right? So I'm at this university where I'm hiding, basically in the ivy-covered halls. And I found my little niche, and I have my friend who's running the whole scholastic everything. She's everyone's boss, so no one can people complain about me, but, big deal. And my boss, who I'm working for, is this guy who's covered by real money and power, who is what runs Cornell and other Stanford, Cornell, MIT, Harvard, Yale, entities like that. They're more than just colleges. So anyway, I'm happy there. I'm doing pretty good there. And I stumble into an electrician that really needs, so I now have, I'm getting paid like $200 a week from Cornell, and I have a little, place to stay on campus, and I have an office, and they throw me perks when, they need somebody to teach a class for a semester, and they don't want to hire anyone. Al, do you think you can teach? Yeah, sure. And I would get $100 a class and other perks. And so that was good. But then I ran this electric guy who really needed a guy who knew what being an electrician. He had really big jobs, mining, industrial. We wired a bunch of fire stations that were interconnected. We wired a hospital. And these are all things, it's not like wiring a house with Romex. These are really, you make a mistake, people die. So, and everyone in his crew, three of them were his sons who were morons. They were like the Three Stooges. And he hired me basically to begin with to just make sure they didn't screw up really bad. So anyway, and he paid me a lot because I was saving his bacon, and I was probably making him in the 8 months that I worked for him, I probably made him 20 grand a week. Because if all the screw-ups would have happened, he'd have to go and fix them, and it would throw him back, and then he'd get sued, and blah, blah, blah. So he knew what he had in me, and he was a great guy. That was Gus Baer. And before, his daddy and his father and his grandfather were like the guys who taught me to be electricians. And Gus learned to be a really great electrician, but he was a great musician. And he's kind of like John, but he knew which side his life was buttered on. So when he graduated high school, instead of just becoming an electrician, he went on the road as a musician. His father said, "You want to do that? Go. I'm not giving you any money. Don't talk to me. Don't blah blah blah. I don't have a son anymore, right?" So, but he still did it. He couldn't be swayed from doing it. He went out on the road. He went to New York, and he was an amazing musician and a great electrician. And he went up to A&R up there on Tin Pan Alley, where in the 50s when all the recording studios in New York were up there. And first he kind of stumbled in to be an electrician, and he was fixing things there at A&R, and so he'd be in the studio fixing something when they were having recordings, and this guy who was a session guitarist didn't show up. And they were, "Oh, what are we going to do? It's going to cost so much money. We'll have to cancel. That's like, $2,000. And he said, "I play the guitar." And they said, "You're an electrician?" "No, I play the guitar." And they said, "Okay, here's the song we're going to record. It's can you read music?" And he plays it, and everyone's mouths drop open, right? And the person he was playing for was Elvis Presley. And that's why they were, when he's the electrician and he said, "I can play guitar," they go, "I don't know." And then he played, and they were like, unbelievable, right? And so Elvis hires him, right? And he goes on tour with Elvis. And then he goes and tours with the Big Bopper and tours with, you name it, he played with them. And he played with them all the way through from the late 50s through the 60s. He has pictures and guitars that John Lennon gave him, and that the Rolling Stones, you name it, he played with them. So in his basement, he had a real man cave under his garage. He had big house, and his fat wife, who was his high school sweet. He came back after he did his rock and roll thing, and married his sweetheart, had babies. His father dies. He's still a great electrician. He takes over the business and runs that and makes money, right? That's good. He spent his formative years, like between 18 and 30, being the rock and roll star and going around the world and playing with all these guys. And then I see him in 88, 89 and work for him for about 8 months. And I'm saving his bacon, and I'm an artist guy. And I, worked in recording studios, and I knew, John Cale and David Bowie and Jimi Hendrix and a whole bunch of other people, because I worked at the Fillmore East. Anyway, he and I are like brothers from another mother. And he, in the basement of his garage, he has built a true man cave. And it's made to be like a 1950s, soda hop. The red, black, and white leathered seats and floor. And anyway, and the walls are just covered with pictures of him with every known amazing musician in the late 50s to 69, right? That's when his dad died. And so, you know, I am looking at it, and he's got a gazillion guitars, each one probably worth 20 grand. You know, Buddy Rich gives him his favorite guitar. Anyway, it's amazing. So I'm working at Cornell, being the scholar, having a really good time. I got a rocket. You know, I finally find a girlfriend that it works, and you know, and I'm working for this electrician, and you know, life is good, even though I'm still upset about losing my second wife and other things. I basically plug it in, put it on the extension cord. You plug it in there and put the camera on the whatchamacallit, the
I got it.
oh, you got one? Oh, there you go. Look at that. So so I'm having a great time. And so when you're having a great time and you're in the flow, it's easily for you to kind of screw up, meaning be overconfident. The thing is never to be overconfident. So I'm having a good time, and it's summertime, and then it's now fall, and in Ithaca, New York, it goes from summer to winter like that, right? So I got this rocket scientist girlfriend who's a rocket scientist doing research at Cornell. She's working for DARPA, and she's cute and fun, and but she's really she's really smart, but you know, she's kind of full of herself, you know. So she's always right. She's a triple Virgo. She's always right. I know Virgos. And why we get along so great, I let her be right all the time, and she loves it. And she's really a horny girl, so lots of sex. She loves to eat. I cook for her all the time. I got money in my pocket. As a research, fellow, she doesn't have any money, but she got this nice little apartment. And I move in, and we're having a great time. And winter is starting to come, and I'm involved in a lot of different political things around there. And up in the Finger Lakes, there's Seneca Lake, and that's where the women's movement started. And it's still really a pretty big thing. And that's right around when the end of the Cold War was coming. And so it was like, are we going to have nuclear war, or is this all going to end, right? And so, yeah, it's gotten room temperature now. So we're going over to Seneca Lake to see these ladies who have barricaded themselves in so, Ronald Reagan can't bring Pershing 2 missiles to Europe, right? And this one girl got run over by a train. Mr. Rumsfeld was running the train, and he told the entrant, just run her over, you won't go to jail, run her over. And he ran her over, chopped her legs right off. And,
Who?
yeah. This was in Seneca Lake, New York.
Who was it that he
Oh, just some woman who was, I don't know her name, but she was, trying to stop, nuclear war. And so she put her body right in the way to stop this train so it couldn't deliver the missiles
Did
that
it
would
kill
then
her?
be...
Did it kill her?
No, it chopped her legs off like sausages.
Oh, horrible.
I mean, it fucked her up pretty bad, but she didn't die. I mean, she left the movement, and it cut them off right up here.
Yeah.
Not down here where she could have prosthesis.
Oh, awful.
Right up there. Anyway, so I had a lot of friends who were in that, and I had been involved in, and I knew them from D.C. and New York and lots of other places. I've been involved in a lot of anti-nuclear stuff. And so, and I have a strategic brain, so they wanted me to come visit and talk about this, that, and the other thing. And my rocket scientist girlfriend, who is actually making the rockets to deliver the nuclear weapons. I mean, very interesting. And she's all against anti-war, but her career is all about making weapons of mass destruction. It's quite interesting. So, yes, exactly. So we go to Seneca. We meet these girls. I want to get, there's a chance of snow, and we're about 50 miles from Ithaca. And so we're driving, and she wants to go over where the Amish are and go get some pies. Well, I like pies, so okay. So we go get some pies, and we're going, and then she wants to go look at some this and some. I said, no, baby, we got to get back. You know, it's now about 2. We got to be at home by no later than 3:45, or else. And so, nope, she's right. Oh, it's not going to look. It's sun's out. Blah blah blah. I'm a scientist. I know. Okay. And this is what I'm talking to you guys. Don't believe anything. I'm a scientist. It's like these guys. You have to follow the science. Well, if you've been awake for the last 2 years, these guys have changed their mind 100,000 different ways. So it's a scam.
I gotta pee.
Well, pee. Your bathroom is right there.
Go outside.
I'll go outside. So anyway, we're driving back, and she's, I know it's not going to snow, and it's, look, it's still nice, it's warm, blah blah blah. So we go and look at this and look at that, and instead of getting closer to Ithaca, we kind of going this way. So by about 4 o'clock or 10 to 4, some clouds start rolling in, right? And she's, okay, I'm ready. And now we're about an hour. Instead of being like 20 minutes from home, we're now an hour away from home. And so, and there's this thing called the lake effect. So the clouds are like right over us. So it's going to go right over. Can you close the door? It's a little nippy.
There's a big mole-looking thing. Like
Can you
it was
close the
this
door?
big.
Can you? I'm cold.
It was like a foot and a half.
Can you just close the door? Thank you. Anyway, so we're driving, and we're in her car, right? And it's like a Ford Falcon, like a last year they made a Ford Falcon. And, it's an economy car. And so because I got this mammoth, truck that, cost, a tenth of a mile to a gallon. So anyway, we're driving her car. So, and I'm driving the car, and she's sitting over there, and she's blabbing away. And it starts to snow. And we're like now, 40 minutes from home. And it snows harder and harder. Now you can't see anything. And it's a windy road, in the country. And the roads you can't see nothing. And things are slippery. And all of a sudden, bang! And the car just lurches to a stop. Right? And it's snowing. And I get out of the car, I put the hood up, I look in, and the engine is glowing red. And I got these big gloves on, and my lineman's gloves, and I go for the dipstick, and I pull it out, and it's burnt, meaning instead of being that long, it's like that long. And it's like on fire. And the engine is cherry red, and I'm going... So I go back in the car, and she goes, what's wrong? I said, hun, when's the last time you changed the oil? Change the oil? And I said, yes, change the oil. She goes, you have to change the oil? I said, yeah. And there's a light, it's called an idiot light on the dashboard. And it lights up, and it says oil. Oh, she goes, oh, that was 2 months ago. And it annoyed me. And I got down underneath, and I saw that I could just pull the light bulb out, and I did. And then it didn't annoy me anymore. So I said, so the idiot light came on and said, oil, and you just took the light bulb out. You didn't check the oil. I said, well, I didn't even know you needed to change the oil. And I said, well, you're a rocket scientist. Well, don't talk to me that way. I said, and I looked in the back of the car, and in the back of the car, I had a go bag. Because I had already lived in Ithaca now for a year and a half, so I have experienced one winter. So if you go out in a car, I had this go bag that had these Mylar blankets that you could lay in the snow, and it would keep your heat in your body, and you wouldn't freeze to death. And then I had some wool blankets. And then I had some chocolate, I had some brandy, and a few other things to survive, and some flares, and this and that. And that, there's the bag, I pull it out, and there's nothing in it. And I said, what happened to the blankets? Oh, well, I wanted to make a tapestry, so I cut them up and sewed them back together to make a quilt. How about those, survival sleeping bags? What are those? The shiny things? Oh, those! I cut them up because they were like mylar, and I made a art project out of it. I said, okay. And the chocolate. Oh, I love chocolate, and the whiskey. I drank that, and I said, okay. And the flares. So I just lost them. I said, okay. I said, we're going to die. The car's already, and there's no heat.
No,
It's freezing. What are they?
An IQ bar.
You mean nutty, hard
This
thing?
one says matcha.
No.
This one says matcha chai.
What's that one say?
This one's like it's simple ingredients.
Well, I don't
This
care
one
about
doesn't. I don't know if it
that
tastes
chocolate?
good, but it is chocolate.
Okay,
I don't
I'll
know
try.
if it's okay.
Well, I don't have teeth, so I can't chew them.
I think it's kind of soft.
I will just let it soak in my mouth. Anyway, so it's snowing, and now the snow is totally over our car, and we can't really get out of the car, and it's getting cold, meaning our breath is freezing on the windshield in the front. And now she's really upset, and she's screaming, "Your fault!" I said, "Honey, this is your car. You're the guy who took the light bulb out and didn't change the oil. And then all our survival gear, you turned into art projects and ate the chocolate." And so she's screaming, and I'm not screaming. And she goes, she wants me to scream at her, and I won't, right? And she's screaming and pulling her hair out, and because she's realizing we might die. So all of a sudden, we get hit from behind and fly through the air like a rocket. She's a rocket scientist. The car flies through the air and goes into a snow dump. And a few minutes, 30 seconds, this guy opens up. "You guys okay?" And it's the guy in the snowplow who he didn't see us, and he just ran in the back, through the air. He got us out. He got us into his big snowplow, which definitely was going to make it. And he said, "What are you guys?" So he's saying, "What are you guys doing out here?" And she goes, "It's not my fault." And he goes, "What do you mean it's not your fault?" "Well, 2 months ago, the oil light lit up, and I took the light bulb out, and I didn't know you had to change oil in a car, and it's his fault because he didn't tell me, and he didn't." And then I'm not arguing, but the rocket scientist girl and the snowplow guy start screaming at each other, and he's about to kill her, right? "You stupid cunt, blah, 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 blah." And I'm just sitting there like this, like, "Is that a sandwich? Can I have that sandwich?" Anyway, so he goes into Ithaca, and I go, "Can you just go through campus and come out that side and let me off at that building?" Because I still had my little office, right? And I had a couch. So he did let me off. And before we got there, as soon as we got on the main street of Ithaca, he threw this girl out. She had to walk in the snow for about 4 blocks to her house. But he drove me to my place, so I never saw that girl ever frigging again. And she badmouthed me to everyone on campus. But everyone knew me and just said, "You lie like a rug, bitch," So she left. So I had this pretty good job. I had, all this stuff going. Now he didn't have a girlfriend, so I wasn't distracted. And I decided that I was going to move out of my, I lived in a nice apartment. Then I just start sleeping in my little office. So I went and looked for myself for an apartment, which I found one. And so we we basically, I moved in, and I'm working for this guy, and we do line work. So I have this it's a big pickup truck. I mean, bigger. I mean, people who have little penises who need these big pickup trucks you need a ladder to get. This thing was way bigger than that. It's like, have you ever seen line trucks putting up line? I had one of those, but a little smaller, right? And so my boss, the electrician guy, basically knew the guy who owned this. It was like a what do you call it? A mobile home park, right? And it had a couple of houses on it. And so I got one of these nice little houses, and so I pull in from work, and I have my lineman bag and my lineman pliers, my clients, and they're about that big, and they can cut.
Working as a fireman?
No, I'm getting to that. I'm getting to that. So, and I'm just moved in. I'm there a week, and there's this woman who lives in a trailer, and she has this little dog, right? And the dog comes up to my truck and starts barking. And I look at the woman. I said, "Woman, can you just pick the dog up? Can you just, Oh, don't worry about Fluffy. Fluffy's a sweet dog. Fluffy won't do anything to you. Can you just please? I'm a dog boy, and I'm reading this dog, and she's psychotic. Don't call Fluffy psychotic. And then the woman starts screaming at me. So I gotta get out of the truck. So I go to get out of the truck, and I don't even put my foot on the ground. I got it on the little shelf, open up the door and there's a thing there, and then there's like 2 steps, and then you can step on the ground. I just kind of swing my legs out. Fluffy flies through the air, I'm wearing shorts, and grabs my calf and digs its little ice pick teeth into my calf. And I'm bleeding, and I'm trying to pull Fluffy's mouth open, and the woman's screaming, "Don't hurt my dog, don't hurt my dog." And so this dog is not moving from my calf, and he's about to take a whole chunk out of my leg. So I grab my linemen and I start wailing on Fluffy's head. And Fluffy probably doesn't have a brain, so it's not affecting Fluffy. And so the woman starts screaming, murder, murder! And I did not notice these 2 buildings across the county road. And one was a New York State trooper barracks, and the other was this other building that had trucks in front of it, right? So I didn't notice. But she's yelling, "Murder, murder." And a highway patrolman pulls in and pulls up and gets out of the car and basically sees the dog, sees my leg bleeding profusely, the woman screaming, "Murder, murder." And he says, "Ma'am, get your dog." And she goes, "No, that man is hurting my dog." And so he goes to pull the dog off my leg, and the dog lets go of my leg, turns around, and it's like a flying squirrel, goes for the cop. The cop pulls out his .45 caliber automatic and blows Fluffy into the universe. And Fluffy explodes into parts. And the front part of Fluffy's face flies through the air and lands on the lady's forehead. Yes, boom, there's Fluffy with the mouth open on her forehead. It looked appropriate. And then the woman goes nuts and goes after the cop. Luckily, this policeman was professional because he had the .45 in his hand. This crazy woman with Fluffy on her forehead, he could have very easily blown her away. But he holsters his gun, pulls out his taser, and tases her, so boom, falls to the ground. And as soon as she comes back, okay, and she tried to get up again, he tased her about 5 times until she's fried. And she's kind of fat, and I'm I used to be 400 pounds, so when I say she's kind of fat.
He killed her dog.
No, he did. He blew. No, he more than he blew that dog into pieces. More than killed the dog. Anyway, so
That makes me feel terrible.
But this woman's to blame. It's her dog. Should have been on a leash. Should have picked the dog up when I said, "Ma'am, can you get the dog?" Right? And he drags her back to the police department by her hair, because she's out and she's too fat to like lift. Anyway, that was that. Never saw her again. So, I'm still working at Cornell. I'm still working for the electrician. I'm still doing a lot of other fun things. And now I'm having more fun because I don't have a girlfriend. And so, a week or so after, maybe a little longer after that, maybe half a month, maybe 3 weeks, and spring is coming, and I look and I see all these pretty girls going into this building, right? And I'm going, I wonder what that's about. So I walk across the street and I walk in there, and there's fire trucks in there. Ambulance, fire truck, a pumper, and a work truck, and a ambulance, and like a forest fire truck. And so the whole fire department, there's like maybe 25 people there. 20 of them are really attractive women. The captain is a woman, the lieutenant's a woman, all the specialists are women, and there's an old guy, and then there's three teenage boys, and me. And I walk in, and I say, "Hey, what is this place? What are these fire trucks? Girls, what are you doing?" And they said, "Oh, volunteer fire department." And all the women, the captain, lieutenant, all the specialists, were in the military doing that job, and 3 of them were in the Ithaca professional fire department where they got paid. And our captain was a lieutenant in the Ithaca Fire Department, and the specialists were their specialists. So anyway, I go, "Oh, that's interesting." And they go, "You want to volunteer?" I said, "Yeah." They go, "Where do you live?" I said, "Across the street." "Oh, wow, we need you." "You need me?" "Yeah, well, because you live across the street, when a call comes in, you can drive one of these trucks instead of us having to drive from wherever we are to here to drive the truck. And we have, the work truck is the truck that needs to go there first. The other ones can show up later, but that has to get on spot first." I said, "Oh." So I kind of volunteer, and they send me off to fire truck school, because this is a pretty specialized fire truck. And while I'm there taking a 2-day course on driving this fire truck and getting my specialized license for that, they said, "Oh, you want to be an EMT? We're having a course at the same time. You can take that." So I take it and I pass that. "Oh, we have this other first responder. You want to be that?" Okay. So I spent a whole week there. I become a first responder, EMT, fire truck driver, and there's this other specialty where they're called operating room technician. And what that is so bad accident, someone's really messed up, you get them into the ambulance and you're getting them to the hospital. They're so messed up that someone who has been taking care of them has to go through the triage process, and actually go into the operating room to tell the doctors, the surgeons, the technicians what the 411 on this person is, so they don't have to go back and do it themselves. When someone's that screwed up, minutes count, right? So, and you got to be trained to be able to almost be telepathic and work. It's got to be total teamwork. Anyway, so I said, "That sounds fun, sure." So it didn't cost me any money. I got all this training and all these certificates, and I came back as the hero of the firehouse. Now, this firehouse was right off of 91 and another interstate. And instead of having a clover leaf, they just crossed the 2 interstates like that. So people are driving on the highway, and they don't come from there, and they don't know it's this. And the sign, they're not even seeing it. And Then they realize they got to get off, go that way, and they're all the way over here, and they just shoot over there, and it's a little car, and then the big tractor trailer drives over them. Well, that was our mainstay. We did maybe 3 calls a week to a really war zone, messed up, bloody, just unbelievable situation, 3 times a week. And the other thing, so
it was like car, or was it a?
Oh no! The accidents were cars and trucks, or trucks and trucks, but because of the just totally psychotic way the highway was built, it killed people, like 20 people a year, and hurt like 300 people a year. I lived on this, mobile home place, and there were 3 of them, and they were owned by this company that was for old folks. And so instead of old folks having a nice building and playing, they lived in mobile homes, right? And so this is where I'm going to tell you stories about suicide and ghosts. So the car crashes were just mind-boggling, right? But we were an amazing frigging team, and we saved, I would say, at least 90% of everybody. Now, 10%, they were either like dead right there or died in the ambulance, right? And, I've been studying and researching paranormal, since the 60s. I was at Duke and was studying paranormal psychology and physics in 1968 at Duke. That's how I had friends at Duke. So, and that's why Gary and I went to Duke, because of my friends there. Anyway, I won't tell you those stories about that, but another time I will. And if you go to my channel, Dreamy Dreamland with Sensei Al Bob, all these stories are there. I have about 1,200, if not 2,000 stories, which I have not taken down. They're all there. Now, you have to kind of go through them, but lots of people binge watch them. A lot of people just run it on in their house like wallpaper. So there's a lot of ways to watch my channel. But anyway, we're working there. I get trained, and these girls are hot to trot. And so whenever we respond to a call, and it's a really bad one, after we take care of business and everyone's either in the mortuary or the hospital, we go back to our house and put the trucks away and party like it's 1999. So these girls are just frisky like you can't believe. And there's only 5 guys there. 20 women, 5 guys. So it is something out, it's beyond the imagination of the Penthouse Forum. So that was kind of fun. I'm in my early 30s, and I need some exercise of my libido. And these women were unbelievable human beings. They were just, I would be shoulder to shoulder with them, have my back any time of day. They were just so professional, so real, so unlike my rocket scientist girlfriend, right? So I went from sublime to the amazing, right? So, I did that for not quite 3 years. We, the first, after getting trained and we practice a lot, we go to junkyards and clip up cars with our jaws of life. And the girls really knew what to do. And, within my 4 months of me being there, I was not as good as they were, but I was right on, shoulder to shoulder with them. And I had my specialty. So I wasn't cutting, could cut people out of a car. I could do this stuff, but I really dealt with the people who were totally messed up, meaning I could do airways, tracheotomies, I could put lines in, I could, we had these great pants, pneumatic pants. So if you had internal bleeding, we'd put these on and blow you up so it would hold your blood in so you wouldn't bleed out. So I had, and plus we had a lot of sensors. We put sensors on them, and we would go to Cornell, trauma center, which was like one of the best in the country. And our rate, we would probably never be more than 30 miles away. If probably normally 20, right? And so as soon as we got them on a gurney, I would hook them up to these sensors that would telemeter everything back to the triage center where these people were look. And we had a camera. I mean, this is in 1988 to 91. We had like technology that most, because our little firehouse was, equipped not through the state or the county or the city, but through Cornell, and they had more money than God, and we were like their lab rats, and so we were developing protocols for them. Anyway, so the first time I went to a heart attack in the trailer park was pretty, because they were all disgusting. I had a nice little house. All these old people are living in that. And so the second thing we did a car crash. The first, once I was certified and practiced and we trained and we were, kumbaya with our protocols. We did a car crash, then a heart attack, then a car crash, heart attack, and then someone ate a gun, committed suicide, right? And those, of all the things we did, that was the worst. And this is where it gets a little scary, a little scary. The first time we went to that, the guy's whole back of his head and his neck was like on the wall. He put the gun here and just, right? And there was, not like my friend Gary, there was like no second chance for this guy. He put a large, I think sort of shotgun in his mouth and took himself out. But his body was still alive. His brain wasn't. So parts of his body was like flibbering around, yes, meaning if he had shot himself in the chest, he probably would have bled out. But he didn't take he just took brain matter. He didn't take large arteries out. He didn't take his carotid. So it just blew the top of his head out. So he was like doing this, right? And his esophagus was still intact. So he was screaming and talking. I don't know what processor he was using to do that, but he was that. And so half the crew did not want to go through that door, right? And so me, the chief, her sidekick, lieutenant, and there was a guy who was from down yonder at the State Highway Patrol house. He was like a shrink. He was like he was like me when I worked for the Housing Authority of New York. And so he and I got along great. And Cap and I got along. Everybody got along great. So we were at the door, and this guy is like flying around the room, and the back of his head is gone, and the mess on the wall is like some kind of Klaus Oldenburg painting. And anyway, he then flops on the ground, but his legs and everything are moving, and because I guess he lost his balance, and then he started to wind down like a clock. Like, he wasn't, when we walked in, he was like right, all over the place. And it was not like he was a human being. It was like something else was in him, like a spirit, not a spirit, a demon, let's say. And that demon, the guy who was like one of the, quasi-medical people of the old folks home that was a trailer park, was there and said, this guy is the nastiest he's like, everyone will be happy that he's dead. And so he was like translating what was coming out of this guy. But anyway, so once he fell on the ground, but his legs were still and arms were all over the place. We had to immobilize him. So the cop actually handcuffed him behind his back with his brains. It was a mess. And trying to deal with this was like unfriggin' believable. And then, like I said, there was this kind of demon thing in him. And the guy from the facility said, no, that's just his personality. He's a real scumbag. And that guy must have seen a lot of this, because he was like taking it like it was another day in the park, where it was kind of freaking all of us out. And it was a very freaky thing. And so, anyway, we finally, not calm him down. There was no calming this guy down. But he died, right? He stopped moving. His heart stopped. His biological things were like, the body was no longer animated. But it sure wasn't conscious for a good 5 minutes running around that place. And now that would make a great scene in the movie. It was like almost, a Three Stooges thing with the guy's head blown off. So anyway, we're trying to get him into the body bag, and his ghost appeared. And he was sitting in his lazy boy. And it was like he was frigging there. And he was seeing his face, we didn't zip it up. The back of his head is like on the back wall there. He's looking at that. He's sitting in his lazy boy. He's seeing his body with his face pretty much intact in the bag. We hadn't zipped it up yet. And there's this, and it didn't look, it wasn't like a vaporous ghost. It looked like him. It's like, he's there. And he starts just going off, right? And that's when the guy who worked there got a little, okay, I think we should leave. And we hadn't quite finished with the body, so we zipped it up, and because for legal reasons, we had to collect parts of him that were all over the place. And so the police guy said, we'll just leave the body here and come back when this isn't doing this. And we all got out, and we were throwing up and white as a sheet, and the rest of our...
Was it scary for you?
It was beyond scary.
It was like really scary?
Beyond scary. It was what is known as... When you get into a paranormal thing, it's not scary. You can't... It doesn't make sense.
Were you like unable to eat meat for a while after?
No. That didn't. No. No. What we did was, we all went back to the firehouse, drank a lot, smoked a lot. Even the police drank and smoked, and then had a wild, crazy sexual, blew off all that energy, right? And then we did not go back there. The ME went back there, and so we didn't go back there. Now, the police guy, he retired, period. He was close to it. He retired. And he lived in Ithaca, so I saw him often. And but it was, I don't know if any of you out there in YouTube land can grok this, but it was so out of what is told to you as normal. I mean, none of this is like not even close to scary, or something you read in a horror or see in a horror. No, this was beyond it.
What did his ghost look like?
Like him, like he was. It was not like I said. It wasn't like.
It was like where he was sitting when he.
No, he was basically. I don't know how he did it, but he was standing up, and he wasn't. So where his lazy boy that he sat in most of the time, his brains were on the wall across that. So his ghost was in the lazy boy, looking at his brains and then looking down at the body bag, and the guy in the lazy boy looked just like the guy in the like he had a twin brother. Wasn't a ghost, wasn't like Casper. It was him.
It was really him?
Well, for the 1.5 minutes that we stayed in there.
What do
But
you think the demon person was a real demon?
who knows? I mean,
Not a person, because a person's different from a demon.
I have no
Was
idea.
the demon
I don't know how any of this
was
works,
the one
John.
Looking at himself was the good. Did he look good?
No, he was screaming like a screech, like you never want to hear that screech again.
The ghost?
No, yeah, the ghost, the guy in the Lazy Boy.
Who was the ghost?
Yes, or I can't again. I'm not going to say what it didn't look like what most people think a ghost is. It looked like a person, physical body. I didn't go over and touch and go, "Are you alive?" No, I was like backing up towards the front door.
Because it looked like he was a real person.
Yeah.
down there?
That's what I'm saying. And he was stuck. He said, "Oh my God, I'm not dead. I'm not dead." That's what he kept saying. "I'm not dead." And he's looking at his head half blown up and his face in a body bag. And he's going, "I'm not dead. I'm not dead." And that's why I'm saying, don't commit suicide. That will happen to you in some level. And it freaked all of us out to the point we did not go back to that. And the guy burnt that trailer. He didn't move anybody else in.
Who burned it?
The guys who owned the old folks' home that put people in, mobile
after all that
homes.
Stuff happened.
Huh?
After all that stuff happened.
After that all happened, they burnt the thing.
They didn't even want to sell it to someone.
No. I mean, it was a crappy trailer. And they were all the guys who had that business plan, I bet you they're in hell.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it was the worst of the worst of the worst of the American medical model. And so that was the worst. But I saw 5 other, so 6 altogether in the year and a half, almost 2.5 years. I was a volunteer fireman. I saw 6 suicides, and they were all a mess, and they were all paranormal involved. Every single one, and they all said, yes, they all were, and they were all bemoaning the fact that they ate their gun. Because the other,
What were one of the other ones, or some of the other ones?
well, the other ones were, they were dead, but their spirits, and those look more like ghosts, but they still look like them. And they were talking about, and they kept, every single one of them said, "I'm still alive. I'm not dead," even though their body's right there. Meaning, this whole thing is not what your grammar school or your church school, whatever they tell you is a friggin' lie. They're not even close. I cannot tell you what it is, but it wasn't even close to what my Catholic catechism said it is.
Because sometimes I think you want to hear what I heard in here
What?
in this upstairs apartment.
Yeah, tell me. Because I lived here 15 years,
Okay,
so
here's what happened.
I can relate.
I heard a voice.
Mm-hmm.
All of a sudden joined other voices
Yep.
who. Okay, there was a voice like in the floor,
How were you feeling?
like in the kitchen.
What was your emotional state?
I was just laying in the bed.
No, but were you feeling like, oh, I want to kill myself, or were you
No.
feeling I hate my life, or were you in a
like
more
that.
positive state?
No, I was happy, okay, whatever it was.
Right.
It was normal. And what the voice said was like, like he just showed up there to join the rest of them.
Right.
There were a few of other ones.
Could you see them?
No, I could just hear him. And the other, and they said, one of them asked him, "What are you in for?" And immediately, without thinking twice about it, he knew what to say.
What did he say?
The guy said, "What are you in for?" And he said, "Life." He said, "Life."
Well, I've never heard voices in this house,
Yeah,
But
he had just joined them from the other side. He had died somewhere on Earth.
right,
I think that's what happened. I don't know. I'm not really sure what. I'm guessing he died somewhere on Earth and then went to this spirit realm
right,
to join them.
right. Well,
And then- And another time, you know what I heard in here?
What?
At that window when the beautiful light was coming in.
Yeah, right.
From somewhere on that side of the house to, it was from that window, and I was in my bed, and I had finally, after 20 years, more than 20 years, given up on my dream to be famous. Not really given up, but like thought, well, you know, I don't have to do it. I mean, it's not that big of a thing. I finally gave up trying to prove that I wanted to be the most famous one, like for being made fun of growing up or whatever. And I finally gave that up, and I was like, okay, I'll leave it up to God, whatever happens. And then as I gave that up, I heard a voice from one of those types of people say, I've been lifted. And he went up to heaven. He went up to heaven, I think. And it's different from how the Bible says that we were judged on Judgment Day. I think he went up to heaven. And then, but it was like the relationship he had with me, he didn't want to talk about it too much because we had been through so much together, like I'd been mean to him before or something when I was younger. Or something like that, or I don't know why, but I was nice to him, but it was okay. But when he went up to heaven, he was gone and he was in heaven, and I knew he was in heaven, or I thought he was. And so I tried to reach out to him with all I had to let him know how happy I was for him that he really made it to heaven. I wanted to let him know how happy I was for him that he was in heaven. And he gave me a little teeny tiny touch of what heaven was really like. The overwhelming love, the so much love and acceptance that it's like beyond anything we can comprehend. He gave me a little teeny tiny touch of it, and I felt all this tremendous love. And
So
like,
if you
the
felt that,
beautiful
John,
sunlight was coming in.
John, if you
Yeah.
felt that, right? If you
It
felt
was
that,
enough for him to give me that in return. It was a huge amount.
John,
of
that
love
is a
from God.
gift that most people don't
It was
have.
from God. It
Yes.
was like, have you ever, I think you've probably felt it before. It was like the love of God.
Yes.
God and Jesus.
But
It's
most
like
people
really
don't
good.
get that because they're so distracted. So when you feel that, that is one of the major gifts of life, which are supposed to enable you to weather the storm, right? To weather the problems, to weather all of the above. And so whenever you feel stressed or anxious or angry or you want to kill yourself, you should feel, because that kind of love does not go away. If you were touched by it, it is in you still, right? And it should be the vehicle that allows you to overcome anything. And that's, should be the vehicle that enables you to, get back with your family.
But those ghosts are scary.
Well, they are if you let
What-
yourself be scared.
What if there's some kind of a spirit realm where we go after we die?
Well, there is a spirit realm. I mean, but
Because- and
but
maybe-
John, the problem is that we have been told things that are lies, right? About all of that. It's like a made-up boogeyman story to keep the kids in line, right? Now, that doesn't mean that there isn't a paranormal, there isn't a spirit world, there isn't any of that, but it's not as it is portrayed to us. It's like God. What we're told that God is not even close. We have no idea. The ultimate, creator of everything, we're going to be able to understand him or it or her or whatever it is. No, what we are here is to be a co-creator. That's really what we're here to do, to be our best, to move forward so we can. So that's what all of these realms are. They're like waiting rooms when you go to the doctor, And so that's what it is. And it's not bad. It is just what it is. Now, if you do shit like, whack yourself, eat your gun, there is a karmic spiritual cost to that. Now that doesn't mean you're going to hell for the rest of eternity, but there's a cost, you know? And so that's what it is. And in my mind, I try to do my best, because even though it sometimes seems harder to be good than to be bad, in the long run, it's way easier. Like, I don't cheat, lie, or steal because A, I can't remember all the shit I would lie about and then have to keep the story straight. Or, you know, and two, I don't want to always have to be looking behind my back to see if anyone's coming up on, you know. That's why I don't steal or cheat or lie, because it's a no-win scenario. And it goes that way too in the spiritual motif. If whatever it is, like, you know, killing yourself, doing that, you know, even if you may, oh, boo-hoo, it's all about me, I feel so, I just want to die, then, I mean, offering yourself, the cost of it is so much more than trying to get yourself through the issue that you have, you know? Because it's like with the computer, right? You know, I'm not a Luddite, but it's, you know, not the easiest for me. Oh, I got up. It's not that's why I didn't lie down. It's hard to get up. But I've had to, like my computer last week just froze. Just froze, right? And it didn't go in, you know, Control, Alt, Escape, it wouldn't even turn off. I basically had to let it hang out until it decided it wanted to at least interact. And then I hit Control Alt, and then a certain part of it like kind of went back to the very beginning. And so I put in my code and bingo, there it was. But, I mean, I could have freaked out. Normally I would have freaked out and looked for my, computer guru. But I just said, no, I'm just going to stick this thing over here and let it do its thing. And then I went and did Control Alt, and like I said, it totally turned itself off and turned itself back on, where I had to, like, whatever document I was working on wasn't, I had to, like, hit the code and bring it back that way.
But
So
what did the ghost guy, what about some of the other ghosts?
So the other ghost guys, right? So I've had a lot of that. So the one thing that I had in that 2.5 years, so we're really good. 90%, no matter how screwed up these people were, unless they were dead, we could get them to Cornell, and those guys were amazing. But there was 10% that they were either dead when we got there, or they were just dead, but not all the way dead. Now, those people were really interesting. Of course, we got them out. They're still breathing. I do all my tricks. I put them in the bags, get them so they're not bleeding out, get them so they can breathe, either putting on a ventilator or airway or a bag or trach or whatever. And get drugs in them to, if they needed adrenaline or whatever, and get them on the instrumentality so the guys back at the hospital at triage could give me more information. There'd be, out of those people, 8% wouldn't make it. And they would die in the ambulance. And also, if they were further away. If anybody was like within 15 miles of triage, 99% they were going to make, no matter how screwed up they. If we could keep them alive, they would make it. But if they were 40 miles away, different story. So about 8% in that 2.5 years, so maybe 20, 30 people died in the ambulance. And they were cognizant, meaning when we got them in there in the gurney and got them all hooked up, and they were, and it was really interesting to watch, to be the only person with them when they were dying. And different parts of their sensory system would go. Like, the first thing that would go was their sight. And first they would see things, like family and friends and people on the other side, and then they couldn't see anything. Well, the first thing that would happen, we'd get them in there and they'd be in pain. And we knew that they were close to death when when we didn't give them any painkillers because of certain situations, and they'd stop feeling pain. When they stopped feeling pain and you didn't knock the pain out of them, then you knew they were in trouble. And then they'd slowly disconnect all the way. And what was really interesting, once I would be talking to them, the two last things that would go was, their hearing, their smell, and their taste. But before their smell and not taste, their smell and their talking went, their hearing would go. Because I would talking, what's it like? What are you seeing? How do you feel? Da-da-da, because I'm interested in that, what the other side looks like. So a good 8%, like I said, 20 to 30 people, maybe 50 even, in that period, died in the ambulance. And the being hooked up to the hospital was a really good thing because they saw everything I did. So I never got blamed. And it wasn't just me, there was 3 of us in the ambulance. And so, and we were really good, and we did everything you could do, and there was never a question of a mistake or this, because not only was the 3 of us who were highly trained, there was a whole triage hospital and operating staff watching and looking at the data coming in. So it was, meaning, if every hospital and trauma center was like Cornell, it'd be amazing. But anyway, the things that people would tell us, and I remember this one guy. He was apologizing because he could feel our emotions. He couldn't, he couldn't see, couldn't feel anything physically. He didn't feel pain. His taste had gone because he had this real metal taste, and then he didn't. And he couldn't see anything after, that, but he could feel us and our emotions. And he was until he was dead. He just kept saying, "I'm sorry, I'm putting you through this, and it's okay." And he also said the other, he goes, "Dying is not so bad. It's a gift." He kept saying it's a gift, and you shouldn't rush. Life is a gift. He said that life and death is a balance, and that if you throw things out of a balance through your ego, that's when you have a real problem. And he said that the whole thing is that the key to balance is love and unconditional forgiveness. He said that anger and fear were the poisons of the spirit. So I had a number of people who talked that way. This other guy said, "If you could see what I see," he stopped seeing us and the world that we were in, and he was seeing the other side, and he said, "If you could see what I see, you would never cry again." And it was very similar to what you were saying about that love that you felt. And we felt it. We couldn't see it, but when he told us about it, so that's why I liked that job. I had those kind of experiences, and we saved maybe 500 people's lives. And that's a pretty cool thing to do.
What love? What love?
The universal love of,
Oh yeah.
of Jesus Christ, of God, of Buddha, of Vishnu, of all.
That's not at all sex.
No.
It's from the chest.
Right.
It's from inside the chest, and it's the soul.
Right. The spirit. And it's co-creation. It's not, the sex love is a love of the individual. You want to get your rocks off, right? Now, by getting your rocks off, you can have an appreciation for that person, which then brings in an emotional love. You've just shared this experience.
I think the sex is just in this life, and it's not the spiritual.
Like I said, it's a biological thing.
Or the soul.
It's just your body. Your sex is just your body. But it's a release of an energy. Wilhelm Reich called it orgone energy. And what that does, it's like a conductor of your consciousness into the higher realms of love. That's what that is. And like I said, it's nothing like here's Wilhelm Reich, one of the most educated guys in Europe. He had more degrees. He was really unbelievably, he was, in Germany, he was Freud's, number one guy, really. And so when the Nazis showed up, he moved to America, right? And he was an MD, and he had like 5 PhDs, and he taught at a bunch of colleges where he did research, and he discovered the orgone, which is the thing of what makes your body in balance. And if that orgone energy is depleted, you feel tired and weak and are susceptible to disease. And he figured out how to overcome that without any drugs or operations or any of that. And the big corporate structure basically had the FBI and the FDA go after him, and they just broke into his house, took all his books that he wrote and burnt them, and then put him in jail, and he died in jail. He didn't break any laws.
Who?
His name's Wilhelm Reich. He
Why
just...
did you do that to him?
What?
Oh, okay.
Why doing what?
Why did they do that to him?
Because he jeopardized a multi-billion, all of the drug companies, all of the HMO, all of the medical model that makes money was threatened by him, by a little old guy with white hair. And it was illegal to have his...
Would you do that if you could take them all down to go to jail?
No, he went...
Would you do it?
Would I do it? No. I mean, because see, the thing is, John, whenever you fight someone, and that's what he did. He didn't fight them because he knew that, first off, so they broke into his house and took all his writings and research and everything and burnt it, right? It didn't matter because he had already been published in Europe. I mean, it was all over the world. There were other people doing it, not in America, but all over the place. And so he knew his work, and his work was given to him by God. So he knew he was serving God. So he wasn't going to get angry and get upset and pollute his life's works. He just would say I'm not breaking any laws. This is totally corrupt. You people are, basically psychotic. And, I can, and this one guy who was a prosecuting attorney, this guy had cancer, and he was psychotic, and that's why he had cancer, because his craziness was causing him to have cancer. So he said, I don't believe you. I want you to show me. So they had one of his devices, the orgone box, and this guy sat in it for 20 minutes, and he stopped being psychotic, and he had cancer remission. And it affected him so deeply, spiritually, that he quit being a prosecuting attorney and became his attorney, and then tried to save Wilhelm Reich, and because he knew what the federal government, he was a federal prosecuting attorney.
It's interesting watching your face. It changes to all these different things. Like one time it looked like the young you who had you changed the color of your beard, but it looked like your facial features and everything about your face was young, like the young version of you. You really turned into that.
Yeah.
It looked like you were really talking, and you were the young Al. I saw in the pictures when you had darker hair.
Yeah.
But your beard looked lighter.
Right.
And then it turned into different things. And one time one time I looked at it on the filming screen, and one time I looked at you and I got scared.
Right.
It looked like you were acting like one of the ghosts. Cause you said something that was too. It was like I thought of something in my mind that was too creepy accidentally when you were describing the love of God.
Mm-hmm.
And for some reason, I was thinking about the way it felt to a penis right when you happened to mention that, and that looked like you all of a sudden one of the ghost people. And I got really scared.
Well, we are all that stuff. And that's why I'm telling you, the YouTube audience, everything you're told is a lie. And unless you can connect to it spiritually and feel it down deep, you shouldn't trust it. Shouldn't trust anything in a book, that's for sure. Shouldn't trust me. You know, don't believe a word I say.
What do you think happens to those really mean people like Hitler and stuff? Like those like Genghis Khan or somebody killed all these people.
Well,
out of money.
First off, we don't really know those guys. Meaning, I never met Hitler. I never met Genghis Khan. Yeah. We don't really know. Now, I've been around people who, you know, kind of like that. I mean, I met Henry Kissinger. That guy's pretty intense. I met Nelson Rockefeller.
You did?
Yeah, both of them. I was.
Henry Kissinger?
Yeah, Henry Kissinger and.
What happened when you met him?
Well, here's a good one. It's when I was Mr. Art Boy, and I had a friend of mine. What was his name? But we were doing. I was into installation art. Do you know what that is?
Yes, I learned about it in 1997 when I was 19. I went to LA for the
Right.
first time.
So installation is like when you.
Like a video set up and.
Or like
videos
and like.
stuff and it was art.
Well, installation is like it's a
Well,
physical.
It's all like all this physical art.
Right, physical, and sometimes you make.
Sometimes interactive.
Right, exactly. And so, what was my friend's name? I can't believe I can't remember his name. But anyway, what we did was, it was the Whitney Museum in New York, and they had this thing called the Whitney Annual, which is a big deal. And what they do is it's for the up and coming young artists that are gonna, this guy's gonna be the next Andy Warhol or the next this or next that, right? And so my friend and I did installation work.
Now you look like Robert E. Lee.
Well, he's an interesting guy. Well, anyway, so
You want to tell this one or the Norman Rockefeller?
no, that's one I'm going to tell. So we're we're gonna make my Robin Winters, so or something like that. But his first name was Robin. But so we built, because I was a theater guy, I could do scenery that looked like it was real. You know what I mean? That's the beauty of what I love about theater, is that you make a set and it's like magic. So we made this really big Christmas present that was like 20 feet by 20 feet by 12 feet high, right? Satin paper and big bow. And there were 2 doors on either side. And you went in, one person went in one door, another person went in the other door, and when you got in there, I had sensor in there, and the lights in the room would come up. You know when you go into a bathroom and the light is off and you walk in the door and then they come on, they have a sensor, right? You ever been that?
Yeah.
Right. So I made something like that way, back before they even thought of putting it in a bathroom. But anyway, so I had that, and I had the lights come up slow, not just snap on, but just kind of dim up, right? And to a color temperature of this room, rather than your other room where it's bright. It was about this bright, right? And so you could see, and what you walked in there and saw, that was this nice, very neutral wallpaper that you might find in a women's powder room, and in a fancy restaurant, right? And then there was a table in front of a makeup mirror, a makeup table, and a bench. And you couldn't really move the bench. You couldn't move anything. It's all attached. But it was space that was comfortable enough to go and sit down at the table, right in front of the mirror, right? And then as soon as you sat at the mirror, lights that were around the mirror would come up bright like it is in your other room, and the lights in the room itself would dim out, right? And so there you'd be looking at your own image in the mirror, right? And that mirror was a two-way mirror, right? So the two people would sit in, and the lights, nothing would work unless there were two people, sitting on one bench and the other on the other bench. If you sat down, it made connection. So anyway, you're there, and you're looking at yourself for about half a minute, 40 seconds, give or take. And one of the mirror's lights would dim really, really, really slow. And so what would happen is the person where the lights were dimming really, really, really slow, the face of the other person would bleed onto their face. And then the light would go to the point where you didn't see your face anymore. You saw the other.
You look like a different person.
You saw the other person in the other on the other side of the mirror.
Person.
What?
Now you look like you're a very young black man who looks like Cheech Marine.
Yeah, that's me. I'm an African American that's melanin challenged.
I don't know why you looked exactly like that. I was looking right at your face.
So
From sideways, my head's turned sideways.
So my friend and
Now
I,
you look kind of like
anyway, so we're doing this, and we're making it. Everything looks
now
like.
you look like this German.
Well, I am German.
This German bodybuilder.
Yeah, well, I am German. So we're
bodybuilder.
we are. It's getting to be 3 a.m, and we still got hours to go to make this thing perfect. And I'm working out the bugs of the lights dimming, because a lot of things have to happen in these two rooms simultaneously, and there is no real digital stuff to do this. I mean, you could probably buy something at Radio Shack to do this now. But anyway, so we're working away, and we hear these guys talking and clinking and making a lot of noise, and we look down the hall, and who's coming down the hall towards us into this showroom where we're building this installation is Henry Kissinger and Nelson Rockefeller, and they are drunk out of their minds, and drunk so much that they must be on something else, not just alcohol. These guys were like, and so they come, what are you guys doing? And we tell them what we're doing, and they pull out something to smoke, and it wasn't just marijuana. It was something dusted with some kind of mind-altering. It wasn't angel dust, because that's like too weird, but it was like, whoa. So we smoke, and they give us each one for ourselves, and the four of us are smoking away, and they got a bottle of Remy, and we're knocking it back out of the bottle, no cups. So we're there, 3 a.m. with Nelson Rockefeller and Henry Kissinger, and we explain to them what we're doing, and we're all and they're really buzzed, and we're not even quite, we're getting buzzed, but not catching up to them. And so we explain it, and we sit them down on the things, and don't tell them what it's going to do. We just say, you walk in there, the lights will come up, you sit down, stay there, and you'll see what happens. And so these guys, and what happens is it cycles. So the lights on your mirror goes down, 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 and the other guys are bright, and so you see his face in your face, and then after you see that for about 20 seconds, it cycles the other way, so the other guy can see your face and his face, and it keeps doing that until you get off the bench. Or if you stay there too long, like more than 3 minutes, the lights around the mirror dims way down and the lights in the rooms get very bright. And that's the sign that get out. So they do it and they just think it is the funnest, happiest, they just laughing hysterically, right? So, you know, we were altered by
Weird.
whatever they were drinking and
It
smoking.
looked like you turned into a very old version of yourself.
Right, well, I'm getting there.
I mean, like really old, like 200, and then you said, and then I gotta get out of there quick.
Right,
And then now you look young.
right. Well, that's me. I've always been that way. Very much like the old crone. That was her.
I thought you were an Illuminati alien.
No,
Like your head changed shape to look like it was this little head that had like a different shape.
well, no, I'm not an Illuminati alien.
Okay.
I know who those guys are, but
One time we were talking, it looked like your ear got really long and pointy.
well, I'm going to bed. You can
And
turn
you met Norman Rockwell and not wait, Rockefeller.
Rockefeller.
And is there is there anything else you want to say about the what happens when people kill themselves?
No, I think I said enough for tonight. I'll say more. I got other things to say, but I'm tired and my body needs to move around a little bit.
Standing up?
Yeah, give me a hand up.
Okay. Very good.
Just right, 1, 2, 3, up. Oh, oh.
Hey, you've been here for like 4 or 5 hours.
Long one.
Yeah. You look good.
Yeah.
You still look good.
So, you should put this up
Yeah.
in its entirety, then go back and edit the crap out of it. You know?
Say bye.
Bye.